position. He reorients the photograph so that when you're looking at the different photographs, you're looking at the same view in the same orientation. And then he points to other things that are in one position in that orientation in one photograph that appear to be the same and have moved to a different position in the next photograph. And Detective Brown is simply zooming in, which is why I say what you said is sufficient. And
let me ask so Attorney Spicer, how is what Detective Brown's doing any different than, I take it, you could, on cross-examination of the defense expert, use that do that same kind of thing with the expert, or just have Detective Brown zoom in on that area and say he's familiar with that area. Yes, that's the same general area, and this is a closer up version of this. But to have him say that appears to me to be a casing, how is that any different than what the jury can do?
I think the jury can certainly come to that conclusion themselves as well, but I do think it is helpful based on Detective Brown's position and the testimony he's already provided. And I would say that is exactly what we've done with several witnesses with hundreds of photos as well. Detective Gorham testified to any number of photos of surveillance from Walmart, where she said that's what appears in this photo. Those photos were admitted as full exhibits, and then she said what she saw. I think that's exactly what Detective Brown would be doing here, and that was done without objection.
I mean, it's one thing to say this is what appears to be the same individual I saw. I've seen other things at the self-checkout line with some items. It's another thing to say, I mean, that's a significant issue in this case, whether or not the casings were there before May 20th, and when and at what point the casings were there. That's a big issue in the case.
Yes.
So to have Detective Brown offer his opinion as a law enforcement officer, isn't that trying to put the weight of his perspective behind that observation?
I wouldn't characterize it that way. I think it's permissible under Rule 701. I don't think there's any scientific, technical, or specialized knowledge required to do what he did, and based on this is part of his investigation. I think that is appropriate, and I would. It sounds like.
But isn't that the province of the jury to decide whether or not what he's looking at is a casing? I mean, and his opinion would be a lay opinion. It sounds like.
While I do think when you zoom in on the photos it is quite clear, I do think it is helpful, given the nature of what's seen in those photos, it's helpful to guide them to the specific spot that he's talking about, because there's one spot that he can talk about in the photo that he saw, that he took. He can say, that's the casing right there. And I think it's helpful for him to explain, this is the exact same area, I believe, that is portrayed in that other photo, and there's an object there. I think it's helpful to orient the jury. I mean,
the one where he clearly sees a casing is from the May 20th photo.
Correct. Yes.
And the one where he sees an object in that similar area, that's from May 10th.
Correct.
Okay. What if he just says he sees what appears to be an object in that area and does not characterize it as a casing?
I don't think that's permissible. I'd like to cite State versus Supernal from August 17 of this year. Expert testimony is required if any inference of a requisite causal link must depend on observation and analysis outside the common experience of a juror. This is the observation, this is the analysis. I see an object there, I think is making a suggestion. And again, that is argument for the state, but it's not an appropriate opinion to give to the jury.
I mean, I don't see object as all that different from saying I see a twig or I see a leaf. I think a casing is a characterization of it. That's an opinion. That's him injecting some experience to that. But looking at this in this area, I see something, without characterizing it as a casing, I'm going to allow over the objection to that portion of it, but he can't say it's his opinion that's the casing.
Thank you, and if I may be allowed to lead him a little bit through
Yeah,
that, just to ensure
absolutely,
that it
absolutely.
comes out correctly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you want a short break before we begin?
Can I hear the questions of how they'll be led?
Oh, yeah, how do you anticipate?
Not this second, I mean,
Just,
I'll have
so,
to.
so why don't we say if there's some question, if it's gonna be something, if the question is something along the lines of, you know, like, do you observe an object, you know, in that, yes, you know, what
think-
object do you observe and pointing to it, and just not, I just don't want him to use the word casing. It seems to me to be the casing in that same
And
area.
If I'm allowed to, I can instruct him not to use that word, if I may be allowed to coach him
I
on the
would
testimony.
actually like him to avoid using that word.
I will instruct Detective Brown not to refer to that object as a casing, and then I imagine I'll ask him questions along the lines of, you zoomed in on this photo that you took, you see where the casing is, describe where that object is in relation.
This is the May 20th one.
This is May
Yeah,
20th,
yes.
Describe where that shell casing that you collected can be seen in the zoomed-in portion of the frame here. Then I'll introduce the May 10th photo and zoom in, and I'll ask, is this essentially the same area portrayed as in the previous photo? And do you see the location where you observed the shell casing on May 20th? In this photo, do you see an object there, something along
Yeah,
those lines?
I understand. I understand the objection is that that's impermissible. I'm overruling that objection, I'm letting it, but just the word object.
And Your Honor,
Yes.
again, we talked about different orientations in pictures, and he's making an opinion about the same area. Same general area is okay, but to specify this is the same area is not appropriate,
I
because,
think that will be clear from the photos that we're looking at the same portion of the ground. At the base
Sure.
of the
I
same
mean, I don't want him to say this is in the exact same location or as depicted in that. If you want to say in like the same general area, that's, I understand that's
can use the word
fine.
general area.
But I understand that. Okay.
and even though I'm conceding, I'm not, to the language, once you've
I
made the
know.
ruling, I'm not conceding
No, I
the
know,
issue.
I know. Your objections, you're not withdrawing, the objection stands to that, and I'm overruling, in part, the objection, so I'm permitting it in that capacity. If there's any question, definitely approach, and even if we need to take a break
And
to
I-
further instruct him, if you need a moment to talk with him before we get started, I would prefer that, so that we can.
I'll have that conversation, and if there's any questions, I'll just make him stop talking, and we can tailor it to make sure it comes out
Yeah,
right.
absolutely. Do you want the photos back before we, does anybody want a break, short break before we get started? Yeah, absolutely. I'm good.
Let's
I'm
ask
not-
Kat.
Thanks.
Can I ask one more thing?
Yes,
Do we have equal access to the WebEx?
do we have equal
Because
access?
I'd perhaps like our expert to watch Detective Brown's testimony in that regard.
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
I don't think there's any, the only thing that we've tried to do is when we have bench conferences, I'm trying to make sure that we're muting it so we're not broadcasting but I think the only,
Okay.
I mean, I may be wrong, but most of the people who've been observing it remotely, I think, have been members of the Public Defender's Office, so,
Oh,
so.
I'm not watching.
I mean, from the WebEx.
Okay.
I know there are other people looking through the, MUR's live feed. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
I think these are the other.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I don't want to mess up your order. Great, thank you. Yeah, Randy, do you need a moment, or you're fine? Yeah, I'm not going to go anywhere.
These were what I gave the judge?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. And I think I kept them as separate, so, but somebody might want to check and make sure that I didn't mix up the
It's
the
okay.
photos.
We'll
set
be
up
a
later.
while before we have to do
Yeah.
it.
Okay.
So we have a moment?
attention.
Good morning, please have a seat. Attorney Spicer.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Oh, you're
Detective-
still under oath, Detective, thank you.
If I could just have one moment, Your Honor.
Of course. Oh, yes, no, it's Friday.
We don't know.
I apologize. Good morning, Detective Brown.
Good morning, sir.
Detective Brown, we've talked a lot about the Marsh Loop Trail crime scene, and you spoke about dragging some dummies on the Marsh Loop Trail crime scene on May 10th of 2022. Is that correct?
Yes,
Were members of the FBI also present at the Marsh Loop Trail crime scene and surrounding area on that day, May 10th, 2022?
yes, they were.
Generally speaking, what were those FBI agents doing that day?
They were taking photographs of the crime scene and the Marsh Loop Trail, basically from the parking lot up to the crime scene itself, and then down to the body recovery site.
Did the FBI, in the areas that they photographed, did that include the north side of tree number 1, where you ultimately located some shell casings on May 20th?
It did.
Have you reviewed the photos of that area taken by the FBI on May 10th?
Yes, I have.
You also took several photographs of that area on May 20th, is that right?
That is correct.
I think we've already seen some of them. Detective, I'm handing you State's Exhibits 286 and 287. Can you tell me what 286 is?
286 is the photo that I took of the north side of tree 1 facing south on May 20th, 2022.
Was that taken after you were made aware of the presence of those casings?
It was.
Thank you. And does that accurately depict the area where those casings were found on May 20th?
It does.
Handing you State's Exhibit 287. Can you please take a look at that?
Okay.
And what is that?
This is a photo taken by an FBI special agent on May 10th, 2022, looking southbound at tree 1 on the Marsh Loop Trail.
Does that capture, generally speaking, the same area captured in your photo from May 20th?
It does. It looks like it's taken from a slightly farther distance away.
Here, at this time, I move to introduce 286 and 287 as full exhibits.
Okay, and subject to the discussion we had, they're both full exhibits.
Thank you, Judge. Oh, yeah.
Detective, I'm showing you State 286.
Actually, it sounds like they're in without limitation.
That's right, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, I'm showing you States 286. Could you describe for the jury what this is?
Sure. This is a photo that I took on May 20th, 2022. Again, I'm standing just north of tree number 1. I'm looking at tree number 1, and I've placed 2 markers designating the general location of 2 spent shell casings that were observed that day.
Could we have the lights dimmed, please? And are there placards in that photo?
Yes, markers 1 and 2.
And again, this is from May 20th, after the discovery of those casings.
That's correct.
I'm showing you states 287. What is this?
This is the photo taken by an FBI special agent 10 days earlier on May 10th, 2022. Again, it looks like it is roughly farther back from where I took my photo, but it's generally showing the same area, which is the north side of tree number 1 looking south on the Marsh Loop Trail.
Detective, I'm handing you a thumb drive here. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a thumb drive that contains the digital versions of these 2 images.
And that being the photo that you took on May 20th, this now states 286, and this FBI photo, this now states 287.
That's correct.
All right, this time I'd like to introduce the digital versions.
Any objection? What numbers?
This would be states 289.
289. Any objection to 289?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, 289 is a full exhibit.
Now, Detective, have you examined the digital versions of those photographs that are on that disk drive?
Yes, I have.
Have those photos been altered in any way?
No, they have not.
Now, Detective Brown, when you examined the digital version of those photos, did you do so on a computer?
Yes, I did.
And when you examined them, did you use the zoom function to look more closely at certain parts of those images?
Yes, I did.
So I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 286 first. And this is the digital version I'm showing you. Does this appear to be the same photograph?
Yes, it does.
And does that photograph show tree number 1 and the north side at the base of it?
It is, and again, this is the photo that I took on May 20th, 2022.
I'm going to begin zooming in here. Now, Detective, do you see the base of that tree?
Yes, I do.
Is there a stick that is lying across the left part of the base of that tree as it goes into the ground?
Yes, can I use the laser
Absolutely,
pointer?
yes.
Yes, there is a curved stick that is basically resting on the root of tree number 1.
Now, I see the yellow placard number 1. Could you point that out?
That is right here.
Next to that yellow placard marked number 1, do you see the shell casing that was recovered?
I do. That shell casing is right here.
Okay, and could you describe where that shell casing is in relation to that stick you just discussed?
So the base of the stick ends right there, and if we come towards the Marsh Loop Trail, it is on an angle below that stick.
And I'm going to zoom in a little bit further. So in this image, can you see the end of that stick?
I can. It's right up here.
And the shell casing, can you describe the orientation of that shell casing?
It's mostly horizontal on a slight diagonal facing up to the right. It's rectangular in shape and light colored.
And does it appear to be surrounded by leaves and sticks and twigs?
It does.
Detective, I'm now showing you States 287, the digital version from that thumb drive. Again, could you just orient us as to what we're looking at?
Sure, this is an image taken by an FBI special agent on May 10th, 2022. They are standing slightly further away from tree 1, but they are on the north side of tree 1 looking south. So they're capturing the north side of tree 1 as well as the Marsh Loop Trail heading south.
And again, this was taken on May 10th of 2022.
That is correct.
I'm going to begin zooming in here. Now, Detective, do you see the base of that tree number 1?
I do.
Do you see a stick lying across the left part of the base?
I do. It's right here. It's the curved stick that ends at this point right here.
And does this image generally show the same area that we zoomed in on the photo from May 20th?
Yes, it does.
Zoom in a little bit more. Now, Detective, do you see an object in this image?
I do. The object is right here. And again, it's going down towards the Marsh Loop Trail from the base of that curved stick.
Thank you. Just one moment, please.
Of course.
Oh, no, that's not it. Detective Brown, at some point in your investigation in this case, did you become aware of a tent site, I should say, near the power lines that go by the Marsh Loop Trail further north near the Profile Ave Connector Trail?
Yes, I did.
Showing you State's Exhibit 5. When did you first become aware of this tent site?
On the afternoon of Tuesday, April 26, 2022.
And without getting into what was said that day, did you speak with local residents?
Yes, I did.
And as a result of speaking with those local residents, did you travel to a site in that area?
Yes, I did.
And can you point out where that is with the laser pointer, please?
Sure. It's in this general area off of the Profile Ave connector.
Now, Detective, this was on April 26, 2022?
That's correct.
When you got to that site, what did you see?
I saw dozens of propane tanks. They were burnt. They were in the shape of a roughly 10 by 10 foot square. There was also some, would appear to be some cooking pots, some perhaps heating equipment, and some tent poles that were on top of this pile of burnt propane tanks.
Detective, I'm showing you what's already already admitted as State's 46, image 5389. What is this?
This is a picture that I took of the burnt tent site on Tuesday, April 26, 2022, showing what it appeared, how it appeared on that date and time.
And there are a number of objects in there. Could you point out which ones are the propane tanks?
Sure. The propane tanks are these charred small tank shapes.
Do you see anything besides propane tanks in there?
Sure. There's an apparent pot here. There is apparent heating equipment here. There is a partially melted green, what appears to be a soda bottle there. There are some soda cans or cans roughly the same size and shape as a soda can there. And there's some additional either heating equipment or pots and pans.
Now, Detective, when you viewed this site on April 26th of 2022, did you believe it was connected to the murder of Stephen and Wendy Reid?
I did not.
Why not?
Based on the conversation I had, I believe that this...
Council would approach.
Detective Brown, when you visited this site on April 26th, did you collect any evidence?
I did not.
I'm showing you what's marked as states 46-5392. Is this just another view of that same site?
That's correct?
This is also from April 26th?
It is.
Detective Brown, did you return to that burnt tent site at a later date in June?
I did.
What date was that?
It was June 24th, 2022.
And that day, did you also visit the Marsh Loop Trail crime scene?
Yes, I did.
Why did you visit the Marsh Loop Trail crime scene?
That was the day that we marked 5 trees at the crime scene using house markers or house numbers. So we nailed house numbers pretty high up on 5 specific trees that were relevant to us.
Now, after visiting the Marsh Loop Trail crime scene and affixing those numbers, did you visit the burnt tent site?
Yes, I did.
What did you do while you were there?
I put on some gloves and I moved some objects around to try to get a better sense of what was at that burnt tent site and if there was any objects or items that might lead to the identity of the person that had set it on fire.
Now, what did you find when you were looking through those objects?
I saw additional cans, additional propane tanks. I found some glass bottles. One glass bottle had a glass dropper. I initially thought it was a glass pipe. And ultimately, I collected that bottle with the glass pipe or the glass dropper as a piece of evidence.
Thank you. Did you collect those propane tanks?
I did not.
Now, without getting into what was said, at some point after that date, did you speak to a Concord police officer named Brian Clegg?
I did.
And do you remember when you spoke to him?
That was July 19th, 2022.
And on July 19th, 2022, did you go to the burnt tent site again?
I did.
And why did you go to the burnt tent site at that date? What was your intent when you went there?
Again, on that date, I wanted to get a better sense of exactly what was at that site. So on that date, I basically inventoried the site. I had gloves on. I had 2 other detectives with me, and we basically sorted the items that were in that 10 by 10 foot square. We sorted them by type so that I could get a sense of what was there, basically inventory the scene.
Detective, I'm showing you states 220, 221, and 222. Could you please examine those? Detective, what are these?
Those are photographs that I took of the burnt tent site on July 19th, 2022, showing some items that I either seized or inventoried.
And so states 220, what is shown there? What type of items?
That is some couple of spoons, a fork, a belt buckle, some coins, a pair of scissors, some tent stakes.
And just generally speaking, what is shown in 221?
The 221 is showing the propane tanks inventoried along with some other items.
And 222?
Showing a melted, it's now apparent that it's a Mountain Dew, a green Mountain Dew plastic soda bottle.
And do these photos all accurately depict those objects you described as they appeared on July 19th at the burnt tent site?
They do.
Your Honor, I move to introduce at this point 220, 221, and 222.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
They're all full exhibits.
Detective, Exhibit 221 is up on the screen. Can you please tell the jury what they're looking at?
Sure. By this point, we have sorted all of the propane tanks that were in the pile. We arranged them in rows of 10, and I counted out 155 of the small propane tanks. To the left side, you'll see that I've organized some of the heating equipment, some pots, and then some soda cans in the top left corner. On the right side, I've set out a paper bag, and I've put some smaller items to include a fork, 2 spoons, some coins, a pair of scissors, a couple of knife blades, some tent stakes. That's about it.
Thank you. And how many propane tanks did you count? I apologize.
Again, it's rows of 10. It's 155 propane tanks in that photo.
Were all of those tanks located within that footprint? Were any found any other locations at that site?
No, they were all in that 10 by 10 footprint.
Showing you states 220. What is this?
This is a close-up of the smaller items that I separated onto a paper bag. Again, there's some coins that were determined to be euros. There are a pair of scissors, 2 tent stakes. This item here appears to be from hair clippers. There's a belt buckle here. This is an X-Acto knife. This is the top of a can opener. This is another folding knife. I don't recall what this item is right here. This appeared to be the base of a lighter, one of the long lighters that you typically use for a grill. Again, there's another knife blade there, and that's roughly everything that's there.
Thank you. And lastly, states 222. What is this?
This is the melted soda bottle, and it's now clear to us that it is a green Mountain Dew soda bottle.
So, Detective, these were all items that, as you found them on July 19th of 2022?
That is correct.
Did you visit the burnt tent site again on August 5th of 2022?
Yes, I did.
And what was your purpose in visiting that day?
To collect 2 items that I had seen previously, specifically a remnant of a blue sleeping bag and a remnant of a apparent tent floor. And again, those were seized for possible use in trying to identify the person that had stayed there or had touched those items.
And did you recover those items?
I did.
Did you recover anything else that day on August 5th?
I don't believe so. If there's information otherwise, I'd happy to look at it.
Detective, when you visited the burnt tent site on August 5th, did you observe any labels of clothing there?
Objection form.
If you would rephrase.
Did you observe any other type of items when you visited on August 5th, apart from that sleeping bag, remnants, and tent floor?
Yes, I took a photograph of an apparent label from a pair of pants, and the size that I could see on the label was 30 times 30.
Please take a look at that. That states 233. What is this?
That is a photograph that I took of a pants label where the size can be seen as 30-30.
I move to introduce as a full exhibit, Your Honor, 223.
223. Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
223 is a full exhibit.
Detective, for those who don't know, what does the first and second 30 mean in pant size?
I believe the 30 is the waist size, or the first 30. The second 30 is the pants length. So 30-inch waist, 30-inch inseam of the pants.
Detective, exhibit 223 is up on the screen. Could you describe what is shown here?
Sure. Again, this is a photo that I took on August 5th, 2022 at the burnt tent site, and I'm documenting this apparent label from a pair of pants. It says straight LE, presumably straight leg. It says regular over here, and then right in this area it says 30 times 30.
And is there any portion of a barcode there?
There is. It's right over here.
And what is the condition of that label?
It's burnt.
Detective, after your visit to the burnt tent site on August 5th, did the Concord Police begin investigating the sale of propane tanks at the Walmart in Concord off of Loudon Road?
Yes, we did.
Could you just show us where that Walmart is on this map?
Sure. Again, the burnt tent site is up in this general area, and the Walmart is over here off of Loudon Road.
Now, did you personally investigate those propane sales, or did another officer?
I went on the first day, or early on, I went with Detective Danica Gorham, and Detective Gorham basically said that she would handle that part of the investigation.
Thank you. Detective, did you visit the burnt tent site again on August 18th of 2022?
Yes, I did.
And what was your purpose in going there on that day?
Again, I was looking through to see if there was any other items that were there that might help us to identify the person that either stayed there or had set it on fire.
Showing State's Exhibit 224. Can you take a look at that? What is depicted in this?
That is basically a camp stove that you can use to heat or cook on. I believe it's called a Campy Gear Chubby 2-in-1 stove.
Well, did you recover the item shown in that picture from the burnt tent site on August 18th?
Yes, I did.
And where did you find it?
It was at the burnt tent site. I had already sorted items, so it was in an area that I sorted with other heating/cooking items.
Did you eventually bring that stove back to the Concord Police Department?
I believe I brought several pieces, and then the following day, I basically sorted the pieces and assembled this device.
And after you assembled it back at the Concord Police Station, did you take a photo of it against a scale?
I did, and that's the photograph there.
Your Honor, at this time I move to introduce 224 as a full exhibit.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
224 is a full exhibit.
Detective, this is 224. What is this?
This is a Campy Gear Chubby 2-in-1 stove, along with a tube that connects to a propane tank.
And is this taken at the Concord Police Station?
It is?
And is this where you place it against a scale for measurement purposes?
That's correct, and the scale is this object here.
Detective, at some point, did the Concord Police speak with a man named Eliseo Medina?
Yes, we did.
Did Mr. Medina provide the police with photographs?
He did.
And did he provide those photographs in digital form?
Yes, he did.
Did you examine those digital photographs?
Yes, I did.
What was shown in those digital photographs?
The burnt tent site.
And without getting into anything that was said by Mr. Medina, you did examine the digital version of those photos. Were you able to examine any metadata attached to those photographs?
Yes, I did.
Could you tell the jury what is metadata?
Metadata is basically information about a digital file. It's contained within the file itself, and you just have to know where to look for it. Typically, if you right-click on it, hit Properties, and go over, you'll see some of the metadata. Again, it's just information about the digital file itself.
And does the information that's available in metadata include things like the date a photo was taken or created?
Specifically for image files, it typically does. It includes the date, the time that the photo was taken. It can include the device that the photo was taken with. If it's from a cell phone and geolocation is on, it can also have that location data.
Detective Brown, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 16. Did you review the contents of this CD?
Yes, I did.
And what is contained on State 16?
Some of the digital images that Eliseo Medina provided to us on August 24th, 2022.
Just establishing it's the same ones. So Detective Brown, did you review the contents of this CD?
Yes, I did.
And are those the same photos that were provided to the Concord Police by Mr. Medina?
Yes, they are.
And did you review the metadata associated with those photos on State's Exhibit 16?
Yes, I did.
And what does that metadata tell you about those photographs?
That they were taken on April 20th, 2022 at 3:59 p.m.
And again, are those photographs that you reviewed that were taken on April 20th at 3:59 p.m., are those of the burnt tent site?
They are.
And at what date did you, or approximately when did you, the Concord Police receive those from Mr. Medina?
On August 24th, 2022.
So after you visited on August 18th?
That's correct.
Detective, did you visit the burnt tent site again on August 25th?
I did.
And was that the day after the Concord police spoke with Mr. Medina?
Yes.
What was your purpose in going to the burnt tent site on August 25th, or what were you looking to collect?
At that point, I was looking to collect everything that was out there. So any non-natural item that was in that 10 by 10 foot square that I had already sorted, I was going to collect that.
Now, what type of items were collected ultimately during that search on August 25th?
Every single thing that we could find on that day. So all of the propane tanks, there were pieces of tin foil, there was burnt soda cans, there was just charred random items. Anything that was non-natural that we found, we collected.
Now, when you visited on August 25th and collected propane tanks, had the Concord police previously collected any of those tanks?
Yes.
And did you collect the balance of them on August 25th?
All of the remaining propane tanks were collected on the 25th.
Similarly, were other items that we've looked at collected prior to August 25th?
Yes,
And then on August 25th, did the Concord police collect whatever else was there?
that is correct.
Was any, in addition to propane tanks, was any ballistics evidence recovered on August 25th?
Yes.
What type of evidence?
There were 9 spent shell casings. They were all SIG Luger 9mm. There was one that was recovered from the footprint. So the original square, that 10 by 10 foot square, there was one shell casing that was recovered from that footprint. And then there were 8 additional shell casings that were recovered from a kind of a natural clearing about 10 to 20 feet away from that footprint.
Were Detectives Gorham and Murray present during that search as well?
Yes.
Detective, did you visit the burnt tent site again on August 30th?
I did.
And what was your purpose in going back to the burnt tent site that day?
We had found these spent shell casings on the 25th using a Concord PD metal detector. We brought that metal detector along with a second one that we borrowed from New Hampshire Fish and Game, and our purpose was to go back over that same area again with both metal detectors to see if we had missed anything on the 25th.
Now, how many casings did you recover on the 25th?
On the 25th, we found 9. There was 1 in the footprint of the burnt tent site, and then there were 8 additional in a natural clearing a short distance away.
On August 30th, when you returned and had those 2 metal detectors, what did you find?
We found 10 additional spent shell casings, all SIG Luger 9mm, all in the same area, that natural clearing where we had previously recovered 8 spent shell casings.
In addition to those shell casings, was any other ballistic evidence located on that day, August 30th?
Yes, in an area that we consider to be downrange from that clearing, we did recover a spent bullet, so the actual projectile that leaves the gun, and that was about 3 to 4 inches underground, and I'm estimating it was probably 40 to 50 feet from that natural clearing in a northerly direction.
And are you familiar with the location of where that item was recovered?
Yes.
Were all those items collected and placed into evidence?
Yes, they were.
Detective, did you return to the Marsh Loop Trail crime scene on August 31st of 2022?
We did, but we also returned on August 30th after we completed at the burnt tent site.
And during the 30th and the 31st at the Marsh Loop Trail crime scene was ballistics evidence recovered?
Yes.
What was recovered?
Detective Gorham and I located 3 spent bullets. So again, the projectile that leaves a gun. Those were on the Marsh Loop Trail itself, about 8 to 10 inches underground, and they were roughly a few feet from where we previously recovered blood evidence and a bullet fragment.
Detective Brown, did you create a diagram of the burnt tent site, cataloging all those items that you mentioned, the shell casings found in the clearing and the tent footprint as well as the bullet under Brown and that tree with bullet marks on it?
Yes, I did.
Take a look at this.
Yes.
Is this the diagram you created?
That is a diagram that I created. Again, it's not to scale. It's showing the relative locations of various items of evidence that were recovered from the burnt tent site.
Thank you. Your Honor, this time I move to introduce 86 as a full exhibit.
Any objection?
No, you are.
86 is a full exhibit.
Detective, this is States 86. Again, could you just walk the jury through what they're looking at?
Again, this is a diagram that I created using Microsoft PowerPoint. It is not to scale, but it is showing the general relative locations of different items of evidence related to the burnt tent site.
And Detective Brown, are the shell casings that were recovered on August 25th located on this diagram?
They are. They're in this general area as well as the one from the footprint.
And where are the shell casings from August 30th?
They are also they were recovered in the same exact area.
Thank you. Now, Detective Brown, I'm going to jump ahead a little bit. At some point at some point, did the Concord police identify a man named Logan Clegg as a suspect in the investigation into the deaths of Stephen and Wendy Reid?
Yes, we did.
Generally speaking, how was that done?
It's based on financial transaction records that Detective Gorham and I had obtained and reviewed.
After identifying Logan Clegg as a suspect, did you learn about whether or not Logan Clegg had any history with law enforcement?
I did.
And could you tell us what you learned?
He had felony convictions for theft and burglary, and he had an active warrant from Utah, I believe it was Logan, Utah, for a probation violation.
And when you say Logan, Utah, is that the name of a town in the state of Utah called Logan?
That is correct.
And Detective, did the warrant for Mr. Clegg have any extradition limits attached to it?
Yes, it did. The extradition, according to the warrant, was authorized only for states west of the Mississippi River.
Could you please explain what an extradition limit on an arrest warrant is?
It basically means that if a suspect is stopped within that limit, so in this case, any state west of the Mississippi, the home state or the home agency, in this case Logan PD out of Utah, had agreed.
Your Honor.
Counsel would approach. want to say detective. I know a master officer Brown. I'll say detective because it's easier for me. From Detective Brown regarding any jurisdictional limits or territorial limits on the probation warrant for Mr. Clegg. That's to form no part of your deliberations in the case.
Detective Brown, at some point did the Concord Police make a connection between the name Arthur Kelly and Logan Clegg?
Yes.
Did the Concord Police research or attempt to discover information about how Logan Clegg traveled once he left Concord?
Yes, we did.
And what sort of information did the Concord Police seek as part of that effort?
We basically sent subpoenas to various travel companies, bus companies, to have them search their records for any travel under the names Logan Clegg or Arthur Kelly.
We have the lights.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Recognize what these are.
I recognize these.
What are they?
Those are records provided by Greyhound related to travel of a person named Arthur Kelly via bus on May 15th, 2022.
And are those, these records received as part of the efforts that you just described to obtain information about travel by Logan Clegg or Arthur Kelly?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, this time I would introduce 246 as a full exhibit.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
246 is a full exhibit.
I'm showing you a portion of those records. Could you describe what this is?
Sure, this is the credit card information related to a purchase made by a person named Arthur Kelly. The purchase was made on May 14th, 2022 at 1:14 p.m. Central Daylight Time, which I believe is 2:14 Eastern Standard Time. The person used the name Arthur Kelly. They gave a billing address of 315 Auburn Ave, Portland, Maine, and they used the email address dentkelly0707@gmail.com.
And does it say purchase through Wanderoo website at the top?
It does, and the Wanderoo website is basically a travel website where people can go and buy bus and train tickets, basically.
I'm showing you another portion of these records. What does this show?
This is ticket detail information related to that purchase by Arthur Kelly, and it is showing the departure time from, on the left there, the originating location is Boston, and it departed on May 15th at 1:45 p.m. It then went to Albany, and it arrived in Albany at 6:25 p.m. and then left Albany at 7:45 p.m. And then the final destination was the Burlington Airport in Vermont, and it arrived on May 16th at approximately 12:27 a.m. was the scheduled arrival time.
Thank you. Detective, do you remember when the Concord Police obtained that information?
We received some of the information on October 3rd, and I believe we got some additional records maybe a week or two later.
Detective, after October 3rd, did the Concord Police learn that Logan Clegg had purchased a flight leaving the country?
Yes, we did.
As a result of that, did the Concord Police ultimately obtain other information connected to that purchase?
Yes, we did.
And what type of information did the Concord Police obtain?
A name, an address, a phone number, and an email address.
Where was the address?
I believe it was 11 Elmwood Ave in Burlington, Vermont.
And what is it, 11 Elmwood Ave in Burlington, Vermont?
It's basically a post office. It's a federal building with a post office in it.
And without going into details, was that information used to locate Logan Clegg?
Yes, it was.
Was he ultimately located in South Burlington, Vermont?
Yes, he was.
Was Logan Clegg placed under arrest in South Burlington, Vermont?
Yes, he was.
What day was that?
That was October 12th, 2022.
And who arrested him?
Members of the Vermont State Police and the South Burlington Police Department.
What charge was he arrested on?
A fugitive from justice related to the probation warrant from Utah.
At that time, was Logan Clegg arrested or charged with anything related to the murder of Stephen and Wendy Reid?
No, he was not.
Your Honor, I would say this might be a good time for a break.
Yeah, why don't we take about a 10-minute break, then we'll resume with testimony. Thank you. Everyone can have a seat. Detective, if you can step down. If I could just see counsel to the bench briefly. counsel at the bench regarding a portion of the interview that the state's about to play. The state had proposed a redacted version of that interview, which would not have the jury hear the invocation of silence. There was some discussion about whether the defense was going to ask for either a redacted version or an unredacted version be played to the jury. I wanted the defense to have an opportunity to confer with Mr. Clegg to understand whether if there was a request for an unredacted version to be played, that decision be made after conferring with Mr. Clegg. Attorney Dominguez, have you had a chance to confer with Mr. Clegg?
We have had an opportunity to confer with him. At this point, we would ask that the state play the unredacted version. I believe it's the enhanced unredacted version. We had previously discussed an instruction regarding Detective Brown's statements. We would ask an additional instruction, just essentially notifying the jury that his actual invocation is not something that can be used against him.
No objection to that.
Absolutely. Just so it's clear that the unredacted version would not have the jury hearing him invoking his rights. I understand the limiting instruction will be given, but Mr. Clegg is in agreement that the jury can hear him invoking his rights on the audio.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
And the instruction regarding invocation be at the end?
Oh, you want that to wait until
Yes.
the very
The
end?
limiting at the beginning and the
Okay, so the limiting about Detective Brown's statements coming at the beginning, the limiting about the invocation coming at the end.
It's fine.
Okay, great.
So they're not thinking about it the whole time.
No, you're totally right. No, that was at a different time when he had the last one, which I don't care about.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Thank you, please have a seat. Members of the jury, before we get started with further questioning, you're about to hear an interview by Detective Brown of Mr. Clegg, and just a limiting instruction about how you're to view statements and questions by Detective Brown. Those questions are not coming in as substantive evidence. They're just coming in to help you understand the context in which Mr. Clegg was responding to questions. Mr. Clegg's responses to those questions and his statements are evidence, and you may consider them, but the statements by Detective Brown, the questions themselves for content, are not in and of themselves substantive evidence.
Could we approach?
Yes.
So Detective Brown, on October 12th of 2022, did you speak with Logan Clegg?
Yes, I did.
Where did that conversation take place?
At the South Burlington Police Department headquarters in South Burlington, Vermont.
About what time during the day did that take place?
It was around 4 p.m. in the afternoon.
And was there any particular room in the South Burlington Police Department that conversation took place?
Yes, it was an interview room that is part of their booking area.
And was the conversation you had with Logan Clegg recorded audio and visual?
Yes, it was.
After you conducted that interview, did you learn that there were some issues with the recording process?
Yes, I did.
Just briefly describe what those issues were.
My understanding was that it was automatically recording based on motion and sound activation. I later learned that there was an issue and it had to be manually activated, and so the first 13 minutes or so of my interview were not recorded.
So, did you ultimately obtain a copy of the recording that was made of your conversation with Logan Clegg that day?
Yes, I did.
Have you listened to that recording?
Yes, I have.
When you listened to that recording, were there any issues with the quality or intelligibility of the audio?
Yes, there was.
Could you describe what those were?
It's very difficult to understand some of the things that Logan Clegg said. He talked softly, and the recording didn't capture clear audio of him on many occasions.
Are you aware that a copy of that recording was enhanced to improve the quality of the audio?
I am aware.
Have you reviewed the enhanced version of that audio?
Yes, I have.
Detective, I'm showing you states Exhibit 89. Take a look at this, please.
I do.
What is it?
That is the enhanced audio, and I reviewed it on October 5th and put my initials and the date.
And so, just for clarity, this is a CD-ROM, is that right? Or CD?
Not sure if it's CD or DVD.
Some type of disc.
I'd go with disc. I don't know if it's a CD or a DVD.
Does this disc contain the enhanced version of the interview?
Yes, it does.
At this time, you're able to introduce the state's 89.
Any objection?
No, you are.
89 is the full exhibit.
And then, Detective, even after reviewing the enhanced version, what is the quality of the enhanced version?
Slightly better. It's still difficult to understand at many points.
About how long was your interview with Logan Clegg?
It was over an hour, and then we took a break, and then there was probably 12 to 15 minutes after the break.
But how long was the break?
It was about 30 minutes or so.
Is that break of 30 minutes or so reflected in the recording?
Yes, it's basically a period of silence.
And is that about 30 minutes worth of silence?
Correct. There may be a point when a South Burlington officer entered and removed Logan. There might be some dialogue there, but it's generally 30 minutes of silence at that time.
Detective Brown, do you see the person you interviewed on October 12th in South Burlington, Vermont, here in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you please identify him by indicating an article of clothing that he is wearing?
He's wearing a blue button-up shirt.
Your Honor, may
He's
the
sitting
record-
right there next to
may the record
Attorney
so
Smith.
reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
The record may so reflect.
Detective Brown, does the defendant appear substantially similar, the same today as he did back then?
Generally, he looks thinner to me, like he's lost some weight.
Detective, during your interview, what tone of voice did you use?
Relaxed, even, calm.
Did you maintain that relaxed, even, calm tone of voice throughout the interview?
Yes.
At any point, did you yell or scream at the defendant?
No.
At any point, did you use aggressive body language or gestures towards him?
No.
I'm going to now ask you some questions about the specifics of the interview. How did the interview begin?
I entered the room. I'm sorry, I'm trying to think. I may have been in the room first and Logan came in, but either way, I introduced myself, identified myself as a detective from Concord PD in New Hampshire. I said that I was investigating a case from Concord and I wanted to ask him some questions if he was willing to speak with me.
After you introduced yourself, what did the defendant say?
He said something to the effect of what's really going on, and he referenced the high number of officers that had taken him into custody.
At that point, did you read the defendant his Miranda rights?
I did. I basically told him I would answer his questions, but I wanted to make sure that he fully understood his Miranda rights prior to doing so.
And the defendant, was he amenable to that?
He was.
Did you in fact go over those rights with him?
Yes, I did.
Did he indicate that he understood those rights and was still willing to speak with you?
Yes, he did.
after that process, did you continue speaking with him?
Yes.
And before we go any further, this was all at the beginning of the interview?
Correct.
Was that initial part of the interview that you just described contained on the recording?
No, it was part of that initial 13 minutes that was not recorded.
So just generally speaking about what, well, never mind. So after that process, did you indicate to the defendant why you were questioning him?
I did.
And what did you tell him?
That I was investigating a double homicide that occurred in Concord, New Hampshire around April of 2022.
And again, at what point in the interview did you do this?
This was early on, so it was within the first 13 minutes.
When you told the defendant the nature of the matter you were investigating, what was his response?
Well, I basically told him that we became aware that he had worked at McDonald's on Loudon Road during the winter and that he was somebody that we wanted to speak with.
And what did he say to that?
I don't recall exactly. I believe I asked him if he was in Concord around April of 2022.
What did he say about that?
He said he didn't believe he was, that he had left. He estimated around March when there was snow on the ground.
Did you ask the defendant if he had heard about the murders of Stephen and Wendy Reid?
Yes, I did.
What did he say?
He said that he did not read or watch the news and that he had not heard of the murders.
Detective, did you ask Mr. Clegg when he arrived in Concord?
I did.
What did he tell you?
He said he arrived in November of 2021.
And did you ask him where he was prior to coming to Concord?
I did. He said that he had been in Germany.
Now, you mentioned McDonald's. Did you ask the defendant if he worked at the McDonald's on Loudon Road while he was here in Concord?
Yes, I did.
What was his response?
He said that he did work there and that he left, again, he estimated, I believe it was around March of 2022.
And when you say he left, was he indicating that he had quit or left the employment?
No, there's a lot of leaving here.
Yeah, without character, just without, was he indicating, what
Sure.
does Detective Brown recall his words were?
What do you recall his words were when he described leaving McDonald's?
That I believe he used the word left.
Okay. Did you ask the defendant about how he left Concord?
I did.
What did he say?
That he had taken a bus that ultimately went to Burlington, Vermont.
Did you ask him for details about that trip?
I did.
What did he say?
That it first went to Boston, Massachusetts before going to Burlington, Vermont.
Did the defendant tell you specifically when that bus left Concord? Or when that trip happened?
He could not remember. He said it was a long time ago, and he believed that there was snow on the ground at the time that he left.
Detective Brown, did you ask the defendant where he lived while he was in Concord?
I did.
What did he say?
He said he lived in the tall, grassy area under the power lines next to the Shaws on Loudon Road.
Now, I know we've seen a number of maps here. Did you ask further questions to determine the exact location that he was indicating?
I did.
And what was his response?
In our back and forth, he described that it was the area, if you're looking at Shaw's from the parking lot, it's to the right side. He described it as the power lines between Shaw's and Home Depot, which I knew to be the right side of the Shaw's as you're looking at it.
Is there a Home Depot next to the Shaw's on DeMonte Drive near Loudon Road?
There is. It's right behind the Shaw's.
Is that consistent with his description?
Yes, it is.
Is that area north or south of Loudon Road?
That area is south of Loudon Road.
Did you ask the defendant what he used for shelter while he was living in Concord?
I did.
What did he say?
He said he used a tarp, a really old tarp that he made into a makeshift tent, but that he did not own or use an actual tent, and that unless it was raining, he generally slept outside.
Did you ask the defendant if he ever stayed in the wooded area near the Alton Woods complex?
I did, and he said that he did not stay there.
Did you ask the defendant if he had any friends or family in the Concord area?
I did. He said he had no friends or family and no relatives in the state of New Hampshire.
Did you ask the defendant about where he shopped for food while he was here in Concord?
I did.
What did he say?
He said he shopped at the Shaws, and I believed he was referring to the one that we were talking about, and the Hannaford by the bus station.
And did you ask him to describe the location of the Shaws and the Hannafords he mentioned?
I asked about the Hannaford. Again, I believed he was referring to the Shaws next to the power lines. I did ask if he was referring to the Hannaford. There is a bus station on Stickney Avenue, and there is a Hannaford basically directly across the highway from that. And based on his answer, I believe that's the one that he was referring to as far as where he shopped at a Hannaford's.
And is that the Hannafords on Fort Eddy Road?
It is.
Is there a Hannafords on Loudon Road in Concord?
There is not.
Did you ask the defendant if he shopped anywhere else in Concord?
I did. He said it was just those two places, or just there, I think were his words.
Did you ask the defendant if he bought any items online?
I did.
What did he say?
He said he got clothes and other stuff from Amazon and eBay.
Did you ask the defendant if he ever shopped at the Walmart in Concord?
I did.
What did he say?
He said it was rare. He didn't like to go there because it was far.
Now, did you ask him more questions about that, about shopping at Walmart?
I did.
Could you describe how that conversation went?
Ultimately, I described that I had seen video of a person that looked like him, and that this person went to Walmart pretty regularly and bought propane tanks, bought uncooked meat, and again, that it was a regular occurrence for this person.
And when you described that to Logan, what was his response?
He said that he only went there a couple of times. He basically said that he was not the person that bought propane tanks. Regarding the uncooked food, he said that he'd never purchased raw meat, and he basically asked, how do you even cook? And I replied that presumably that's what the propane tanks are for, is for heating cooking equipment, and he said that's not something I ever did, or something to that effect.
Did you ask the defendant about purchasing any tents at Walmart?
I did.
What did he say?
He said he did not purchase any tents at all while he was in Concord.
Did you ask him about specific tent purchases?
I did. There was a tent that was purchased in November of 2021. He said that he did not purchase a tent. I told him that the same person also bought a second tent one day after the murders on April 19th, and that person did not wear a mask, and that person appeared to me to be him, Logan Clegg, and he basically said that he didn't know what I wanted him to say, but he was not that person.
Did you ask the defendant if he ever wore a blue bandana?
I did.
What did he say?
He said he didn't remember wearing a blue bandana.
How did the conversation continue after he said he never wore a blue bandana?
Could you be more specific?
I apologize, I asked a better question. Did you ask him further about your belief that he was the person at Walmart?
Yes, I told him pretty candidly that I had personally reviewed this video, and I believed that he was the person that made these purchases, and he maintained that he had only gone to Walmart a couple of times.
Did you ask the defendant if he ever lived in the area of the Broken Ground Trails?
I did.
What did he say?
He said that did not sound familiar to him.
Did you describe the area of the Broken Ground Trails to him?
I did. I described how you would get there from the Shaws, which is basically walk across Loudon Road, go by the trail that goes past an apartment complex called Alton Woods, go through a small wooded trail to Portsmouth Street, make a left onto Portsmouth Street to a small parking lot, head up a trail called the Marsh Loop Trail, and when you get to an intersection, make a left, go uphill. And then I described that at the top of the hill there was a small deer path that led to a site.
And what did the defendant respond when you described this to him?
He basically said that he stayed close to the main road. He did not go to that area. He did not stay in the woods at all.
Did you ask him if he was familiar with Alton Woods?
I did. He said he was not familiar with it.
Detective Brown, did you ask the defendant about a person seen leaving the Shaws on Loudon Road on April 18th of 2022?
I did. I described that the same person that we saw at Walmart was also observed leaving Shaw's, and that that person did not go to the area of the power lines that Logan was describing. Instead, he crossed Loudon Road and was last seen walking towards that path that goes past Alton Woods. And I asked him again if he had ever stayed in broken ground or in that area, and he said no.
Detective Brown, did you ask the defendant about guns?
I did.
What did you ask him?
I asked him if he ever had an opportunity to fire a gun while he was in Concord. He said no. I asked him if he ever heard anyone shooting a gun, and he said basically, I never heard any gunfire while I was in Concord.
Did you ask the defendant about the burned tent site?
I did.
And could you describe how that conversation went?
Again, I described to him how to get to that point from Shaw's, and I described that I saw when I got there basically a 10 by 10 square with a lot of burnt propane tanks. And I basically asked if he had ever stayed there, if he had ever set fire to that, or had any knowledge of that particular site, and he said no.
Did you ask the defendant if he'd ever seen a couple matching the Reid's description?
I did. I described them as an older couple with a white male and an African-American female, and asked him if he ever encountered anyone like that, and he said no.
Did you ask the defendant whether he ever had any contact with the police while he was in Concord?
I did, and he described seeing Concord police officers, but he said that he never had any conversation and was never stopped by any Concord PD officers while he was in Concord, and that the last officer or last police contact he had was in Utah.
Did you ask him if he talked to any police on April 20th?
I did. I described how our officers encountered a man in a tent on April 20th or 21st, and asked if that was him, if he had contact with Concord PD on either of those days, and he said no.
Did you ask him about the name Arthur Kelly?
I did. I described that the man in the tent gave the name Arthur Kelly, and that an officer had asked twice, and the person gave the same name, and I asked if he had ever used the name Arthur Kelly or given the name Arthur Kelly to Concord Police, and he said no.
Detective, did the defendant ask you any questions during your interview?
He did.
What did he ask you about? Or did he ask you, sorry, did he ask you about his Utah case?
He did.
What did he say? Or what did he ask?
He had a question about extradition. He said, is it going to be expedited? I presume that he meant extradited, meaning transported back to that state. And I basically answered with the knowledge that I had at the time.
And about when, during your conversation in the span of it, did that occur?
That was a significant portion shortly before we took a break. I don't remember the exact time frame, but we had discussed quite a bit before then.
Detective, at any point did you make clear to the defendant that you were not looking to speak with him about anything related to Utah?
I believe I did that right at the beginning when I introduced myself. I believe I told him that I knew he was there on a probation warrant violation, and I was from Concord and was investigating a Concord case. I believe that was right at the beginning.
Detective, you mentioned asking the defendant about the name Arthur Kelly. Did you eventually ask him more questions about the name Arthur Kelly?
I did.
And how did that go?
Could you be more specific?
Did you ask him if there was any reason he would provide officers with the name Arthur Kelly?
I did. I basically told him at one point that I was concerned about this Arthur Kelly thing, that what Logan was describing and what I knew about Arthur Kelly, they seemed very similar. I asked him if there would be any reason that he would give the name Arthur Kelly to Concord PD, and he basically said that that was not something that he had done.
Did you ask the defendant about purchasing things online?
I asked him so he had told me that he bought clothes and stuff from Amazon and eBay, and I basically asked how he made those purchases. He described that I think he first said credit card and then clarified that it was a debit card that was connected to his employment. I asked him if he still had that card. He said no, it stopped working after he had stopped working for that business.
Did you ask the defendant about purchasing vitamins online?
I did.
Could you please describe that portion of the conversation?
I described that the person that was at Walmart used gift cards, and that those gift cards had also been used for online transactions, including Amazon, and that that person had bought vitamins at one point and had those vitamins delivered to Concord General Delivery under the name Logan Clegg. He said he never ordered vitamins online.
Did you ask him about using general delivery?
I did. He said that that was something that he had done and that he did use his actual name for general delivery, but that he had not purchased vitamins.
Detective, did you ask the defendant about an email address, rkxkelly@gmail.com?
I did. I described that the person that used the Amazon account and the online transactions had created an Amazon account that used the Gmail address rkxkelly@gmail.com. I asked him if he was familiar with that email address, and he said it was not familiar to him, or he did not know it.
Did you ask him about that email address in relation to McDonald's?
I did. I reminded Logan that rkxkelly@gmail.com was the same email address that he put on his McDonald's application in November of 2021, and that he had actually written that that was his preferred means of communication, was this email address. Logan replied that it was a long time ago. He didn't remember that.
Did you ask the defendant about the subscriber information related to rkxkelly@gmail.com?
I did. I described that the person that created the rkxkelly@gmail.com address had given personal information when that account was created, and that the name that was given was Arthur Kelly.
And what was his response?
He basically just said that he didn't remember that email. I don't recall any other specifics of that.
Did you ask the defendant any more questions about buying a tent and sleeping bag at Walmart on April 19th of 2022?
I did, and he again replied that he basically didn't know what I wanted him to say, but that he was not that person.
Now, at some point, did you take a break in the interview?
We did.
And about how long was that break?
It was about 30 to 35 minutes or so.
After that 30 to 35-minute period, did you resume speaking with the defendant?
Yes, I did.
And before you resumed speaking with him, did you review his Miranda rights again?
I did. I took out the form that we had gone through. I asked him if he remembered and understood everything. He said that he did. I asked him if he was still willing to speak with me. He shook his head yes, and I noted out loud that he was shaking his head yes.
Now, after the break, did you continue to use the same tone of voice and body language that you used in the first part of the interview?
Yes, I did.
And in the second part of the interview, after the break, did you use any aggressive body movements or gestures?
No, that's not something I do.
After the break, did you ask the defendant any more questions about that bus travel from Boston to Burlington?
I did.
And what did you ask him about, and what did he say?
I advised him that we had located a ticket that sounded similar to what he was describing, in that it showed travel from Boston, Massachusetts to Albany, New York to Burlington, Vermont, and that travel occurred on May 15th. I asked Logan if that sounded correct to him, and he advised that that sounded too late to have been him. I then advised him that I basically asked him if he could guess the name that was used in that ticket purchase. Logan replied Arthur, and then he muttered something under his breath, which I think was whatever, and I told him that was correct. The name given in that ticket purchase on May 15th was Arthur Kelly.
Detective, after the break, did you ask the defendant about guns again?
I did. I asked him if he ever possessed a gun while he was in Concord, and he said no.
And did the interview end at some point shortly after that?
Yes, it did.
Near the end of the interview, did you ask the defendant about what size clothes he wore?
I did.
And what was the purpose in doing that?
At that time, we planned to get a search warrant to seize the clothing that he was wearing, and I wanted to get him replacement clothes so that he didn't have to wear a Tyvek suit or something like that out of the police department. So I asked him what size clothes, and he gave me the sizes. And then we went out and not me, but colleagues went out and purchased clothes for him.
What size pants did he tell you he wore?
30-30.
Your Honor, at this time, we would start playing the video.
Absolutely.
That's all right. And again, this is from States 89. Ryan, can you pause it? And just to clarify, Detective Brown, this interview recording begins kind of partially through it, is that right?
The recording begins about 13 minutes into my actual interview, so we're already having this conversation at this point when the recording starts.
Thank you.
Next, you know who that was? Yes. Is there anything that could help you narrow that down? You were like whether it was just self. Warm out. What about you when you left? I think I asked this when you left McDonald's. All the snow out still. Probably around March. If I remember correctly, they thought it was more like around February sometime they
Could we approach her?
left.
Absolutely.
But then they would see you occasionally.
Okay, so I am told by counsel that there is a cleaner version of this that will be pulled further. Given where we are and given the length of this, we'll take our lunch break now. Then we'll come back at 1 o'clock to hear that version of the audio. The instruction that I've given you throughout the course of the trial still applies, but I think it makes sense rather than pushing and taking a lunch at 1:15 or 1:30. I think it just makes more sense to use our break right now, given the length of what you're about to hear. Thank you very much.
All rise.
everyone can have a seat. Is there someone you want to talk about?
Yeah, that'd be great.
You can step down, detective.
if I remember correctly, they thought it was more like around February sometime that you left, but then they would see you, they like walking on that road. Did you have a bike at some point? No. Okay. Okay. So that may not have been you. They thought they saw you on a bike at one point. So yeah, what I'm looking at happened in April. Let me ask you this: where were you staying when you were in Concord?
Understanding the issues, this is the enhanced version, but in terms of the level of volume, is that too loud? Okay, so I think we'll do the best we can, yes.
Do you remember, I know where Shaw was, well, there's two Shaws, but it sounds like you're talking about the one next to the power lines on that road? Yeah. So as I stand outside of Shaw's and I look to it, are you talking about the area that's to the right behind Shaw's, or are you talking about behind the Logan Road, over Loudon Road? In that area? If you're looking at the Shaw's for entrance, there's like an area next to it, I think it's like a Home Depot or something. Yeah. That was where I was. And what were you saying out there? I had like a really old makeshift tent, but usually it wasn't raining, I just slept outside. Really? And when did you come into Concord? When did you come back from here? It was November, about 3 weeks ago. Okay, and I know they said you were really February, it was cold. Like, how did you survive through all of that? I had like 2 sleeping bags and blankets beside each other, and then only having a way to keep myself. Yeah, there were some really cold mornings, you know, that I can remember, probably January, February time frame. Did you ever use our shelter system or anything? No. How would you use for food? Just bought food from Charlotte's or, what was it, Hampshire, down by, another bus station. Yeah. And you know there's another Shaw's down right next to that Hampshire. That's not, you're not talking about that one, you're talking about the one out by the Maryland. Yeah. Do you ever stay across the street on the other side of that road? There's more woods and power lines there. No. Do you know where the March Loop, the ground trails are? Let me describe it for you. If you left Shaw's and you follow the power lines, and the power lines go across Loudon Road, and if you keep going, there's an apartment complex. It's called Alton Woods. And then there's another road. It's called Portsmouth Street, and actually the highway crosses. Just beyond that, the power lines continue, and it's like clear cut in the beginning, and there's woods, there's a couple ponds, there's stuff like that, and that's the broken ground trails, and the Marsh Loop Trail is right there, so it's not too far, but it's in that same general kind of area. Do you know what I'm talking about? Like, when I say any of those things, all the woods, or the highway 393, or Portsmouth Street, and familiarity with those? I usually just sleep somewhere where it's like really close to grocery stores and not too far from work. Saturday was walking as it is. You know, I don't really, like even here, I really what is the next step for you? What's your plan? I am aware that you bought this unfavored neck, and I do believe that's what led to knowledge of, you know, where you were and stuff like that. Can you tell me anything more about, like, where you came from before you got to Concord?
In the past, where we confiscated, I came from Germany.
What's out there?
Just wanted to get away from America for a while. There's some like poorer countries in Europe where the money I farmed out here can get me living for a lot longer.
Did you have to come back? Like, how long were you over there for?
I was over there for about 6 months.
I'm not aware of your time limit that you have to come back, or what made you come back?
There's a limit to how long you can legally be in the Schengen zone, and you know, just we're gonna have money international.
Can I ask you any family or friends over there? And you don't have any family or friends in Concord? What about in New Hampshire in general? Because I'm aware of a Clegg family in the southern part of New Hampshire. I don't know if they're relatives. You don't know them. So, looking a little bit further about what I'm investigating, again, I said it was this double murder. There were 2 people that were killed. There's an older white male and an older African American female. They were married and they were walking this trail together. Do you ever cross paths with anybody like that while you were in Concord, either in Shaw's or just working at McDonald's? Or?
No, there's a lot of people you can describe like that. And again, I'm premise and one of the walks around the street.
I'm sorry, what? You pretty much what?
It's premise and my person in Concord lived in, like, have some kind of transportation.
How did you get around?
Just walked.
Never get rides from anybody or?
I never had any friends there, and I never used to work.
What would you do when you weren't working at McDonald's? Like, what was a day for you like?
I just went straight home after I got food from a grocery store. I never had any other places to go or, you know, I just wanted to like go home. I just charged my laptop and my phone network and download my videos for entertainment and just go home.
Is there any way that you can think of that I can eliminate you as having any involvement with this?
I don't know what I can tell you.
Such as if you think, you know, you left, or if you think, if I gave you a date that do you work anywhere beyond McDonald's?
In New Hampshire?
Yeah.
No.
So once you left McDonald's, do you know how long you stayed after that?
Usually just like already have an extra plan, like within a week, when I leave for work, you know. Like I already have it planned ahead, I'm going somewhere else.
But I guess what I'm going for, is there any hard date that you remember that hasn't been the bus line? Do you remember any date for that, or where you bought your ticket or anything like that that I could run down?
I just bought like a cheap ticket online, do one of those agencies where they just get a lot cheaper for you.
And that was from Concord to Boston, and then Boston ultimately to Burlington.
Somewhere.
I'm trying to think of this other, because the problem I have is I'd like to be able to know if you were not even in Concord. The third week of April is what I'm looking at. It was like this, Easter. Do you remember what you did for Easter? Would that mean anything to you?
I don't check holidays, unless it's like something that's gonna close the grocery stores at Christmas, you know. Or like, I never got a day off at work for McDonald's for a holiday. I've had retail jobs where I get days off, but I don't track things.
Do you officer ever stopped you? I know you don't drive.
I saw a lot of police downtown, but they were just driving through on some. I never actually talked to anyone.
And you never talked to a Concord officer. We also sent the, after this couple went on their hike, they were basically unaccounted for. And the family ultimately called to report them missing. And at that point, we did send officers out through all of the areas. Didn't talk to you then. That would have been like April 20th, around 20th, 21st.
I haven't spoken to any cops, and I got back at all, Utah.
Do you use other names at any time?
No.
Alright. Because what I'm going at is we did talk to, our officers talked to somebody, I don't know if it was you, but they gave a different name, and we didn't know if that was something that, you know, maybe it was you and you were worried about the probation warrant. But it was Arthur Kelly.
Like, cops were to talk to me and assume that they were already going to find out about the market. I did ask for my ID and all that, right?
Typically, yeah. So you never talked to Concord Police, you never used the name Arthur Kelly with them.
No.
Alright. What questions do you have for me?
Can you tell me about the crime of this Utah case? Have they been asked if they're expediting it?
Yeah, my understanding of the warrant itself says, it's expedited, right? You said expedited, I think you meant expedited. It is expeditable from, all 48 lower states, is my understanding. As far as what's going to happen with it, I don't know. You're going to have to go before a judge at some point, and the judge will make a decision. So you were on probation. Typically, probation or parole, you sign an extradition waiver as part of the agreement. Do you remember ever signing something like that? Like you signed a waiver, you basically, when you sign up for, you're enlisted probation or parole?
Probation.
Okay, I'm not sure exactly how Utah works. In New Hampshire, if you're on probation or parole, to get on that, you sign a waiver that basically says, when you sign the agreement, that says, I will not commit any crimes, I will obey all the terms of my probation, I will attend meetings, all that kind of stuff. You also say that if you do leave the state for any reason, and you get arrested, that you agree in advance that you will be extradited. That's part of like the agreement. I assume it's the same in Utah. It's pretty standard. All that would mean for you is that you have already agreed to be extradited back to Utah. Yeah.
I'm just confused because I was expecting to get arrested and taken back to Utah and came into Boston on a plane, but then,
Well, when was it you came back in?
early November last year, whatever year it was.
So it's possible that the longer you stay not checked in, that warrant could be expanded. So let's say that they agree on to extradite you from the Northwest. We do that a lot. We have agreements with Vermont, Maine, Massachusetts. If you go for so long, it's possible that the probation officer could request that the extradition be expanded. They could have gotten information that you were beyond Utah. All I know is that I've seen it as recently as this morning that said, all 48 contiguous states, so not Hawaii or Alaska.
Okay.
So, yeah, so that's my understanding is that you're going to be brought before a judge, whether it be today, tomorrow, or sometime after that. The judge will take a look at everything and decide if you're going to be extradited. You can, you can cross that You don't have any violence crimes in your district?
No, that's the first time I've ever had any criminal records in Utah.
The only thing, so you're kind of touching on here, because I'm a little bit concerned about the Norfolk Kelly thing. Because that seems, the location of where you're describing, not exact, but it's really close. And the description of this guy that was seen that night does sound remarkably close to you. Is there any reason that you would do that?
I don't know what I can tell you. I talked to him twice, never in my time now. Again, I almost certainly left for a long time before he, or whatever it was.
Yeah, the week of April 17th, so the week of Easter. I don't know that that speaks to it. I think timing is a little bit beyond that. Because remember, you got some coworkers that thought they saw you going all the way into, they thought May, they couldn't be sure. But they knew you. So, you know, there is a little discrepancy, because I know at one point they thought you were a bike. You're saying you didn't have a bike, that's fine. But I do think that it was not just one, it was more than one. That puts you there beyond, well beyond February. I think it's definitely because they didn't realize you were still around. You know, like you left, and what did they find when you left?
I didn't tell him.
Okay. They didn't know where you were going, but they thought that you were moving on to something else. I don't think they knew if you had another job lined up in Concord. I didn't find anybody else, but I didn't really check a lot of the road and check, you know, most other places. So, point being, I just want to make sure because I can move around quickly, then that's great. And I will say too, if you were involved in something, we can have that conversation and we can figure out what that and why it went and what I don't want to leave here and find out that some things are not accurate or find other, you know, additional evidence that leads me to think that you were involved. If you were involved, let's figure out why it happened and kind of talk through it.
I understand, but like I said, I told you everything. I can't really speak for my coworkers then, but we all never saw each other at work. Barely anything most of the names.
I know some of them might do it, you know, we're concerned for you. So I do believe them when they say that it was you. Because I think they thought that was happening to give you a ride and stuff like that. But
I usually wore like hoodies and hats and stuff, and you know, I had a hard time getting people to spot me. I know who I was just because I was walking on the side of the road.
mm-hmm. You mentioned Hampshire, you mentioned Shaw's as places that you shopped. Where else did you shop in Concord?
Just there. If it wasn't a grocery store, I would shop there. And I bought whatever clothes and stuff online.
Through what kind of online?
eBay.
Did you go into Walmart at all?
Usually try to avoid Walmart. It's like really far away. So, and if I don't have to do the extra walking to get to, you know, whatever.
What about Target?
No. I didn't know that.
That's right behind Home Depot, so.
Oh, no.
Yeah. The Hanford, that was one down by the bus station.
Yeah.
Any reason you went there?
Well, they were a lot cheaper than Shaw's.
Really?
Army or something.
They're usually not very most expensive, but you're right, Shaw's is kind of pricey too. What about Market Basket? Market Basket, did you ever go to that one?
No. Again, kind of like the easiest place to go, you know, it wasn't that expensive. So, that's why it's easier to just go to Hanford and then go home instead of having to walk all the way downtown.
When you went to these places and you got your groceries, what would you do
walking, like, near that arena, ice arena, whatever. I never talked to them or really acknowledged them.
Did you ever go, we have a soup kitchen, it's called a friendly kitchen, they serve hot meals, did you ever go there? What's wrong with the chef?
I just, I've never really done it before. I don't really know it. If I remember correctly, you have to like sign up for much like government paperwork to do stuff like that.
I don't know. I saw a lot of food in the kitchen. I thought you could just walk in, mix, you call them the sign in, so they keep track of how many people they spend. I don't remember there being a government ID that you could be right, but it was good. The food is believed to be pretty good.
I don't know what
It's great.
kitchen you're talking about, but I just assume it's like housing assistance, you know, like they, like I know if I try to get housing assistance, the police would try to arrest them for these how since they do a background check or whatever. I just assume that that's just because I know.
Obviously, you left probation, so you knew that there was going to be some sort of consequence. Did you ever touch base with them, or did you ever learn about the warrant?
Well, I knew they were probably going to do a warrant, but, you know, I didn't really see it as crime. You know, I'm not a druggie, I don't harm people, so you just figure out, should I or anything like that. And I didn't plan to come back, like, America, that's with the getting money situation. Runs out, and I don't want to be homeless in a foreign country.
Was it the same over there, or you just kind of live outside, live on your own?
Not really different, but it's a lot cheaper to live on a hotel or something. It's what it's bad or something like that.
Did you ever stay? You know, tell me who, but did you ever make friends and stay with anybody?
No.
So basically the same thing you did in Concord, you did in Germany.
Everywhere I go, it's pretty much the same thing.
Is there a reason for that? That sounds like it goes beyond Lawrence, you know?
Just not really here.
Here means what?
America.
But even in Germany, it sounds like you're doing the same thing.
Yeah, but at least there's like a chance there that if I ever get a job or something, I'll have enough money to pay for rent and stuff. Here, I'd be spending maybe 80% of my paycheck just on the bottom line rent a month. Like here in Burlington, it's like around $1,300 just for a studio.
Right. I know Rome can be pricey, but I mean, this is no way to live, right? But long term, you're young now, but I think this stuff is fun.
I don't know, I have much choice.
Can I ask what sort of, I know you said no family, but everyone's got some family.
You either get into college with good grades or get money, or you have friends in a middle class job, like construction or carpentry, and they can get you in, you know, there's that, I was trying, I vouch for you to come work and then get a decent job, you know. But, if you're like me, you don't have any of those things, and you're just stuck, like, in a middle class job. You know, you're kind of low paying, obviously, and also they're integrating and humiliating, you know, it's not fun. You know, just can't stand them for long. Yeah, of course I have to. I think they have a long-term plan for seeing like if I go somewhere else, the money will at least give me a roof over my head for a little bit, you know. I know it makes sense long term, but I don't have a long-term, you know, hope for the future or anything like that, so.
Surely, part of probation was, you know, to try to get you that skills and training and a lot of times there's classes have those issues, and even though they're homeless, that's why they're homeless.
Yeah, but they're all like middle class people that tell them to a bad way is bad. You know, it's, again, you actually like seeing them, you know, they're all working like middle class jobs when they're not taking their addiction. So like basically my belief in theirs themselves, their choices, if I can't find a way out of the lower wage bracket, you know, basically stuck here, even though I don't really have any like glaring problem.
I'm just curious. Everyone is born to a mom and dad. You said you have none. Could I ask what happened to them?
My dad killed himself when I was 12, and I haven't seen my mother at all since then.
That's awful. I'm sorry for that. Was there mental illness, or what was the reason?
He had like debilitating physical pain. His kidneys was too small, and it was like kidney stones. He was going heavily into alcohol, pain meds from the doctor, trying to cover it up. He had to sleep all the time, stuck in bed all the time. And I didn't see him at all for a few months until he died.
Did you see that, or did you?
No.
What happened? I'm sorry.
I don't really want to talk too much about it.
Yeah, you're not okay. All right. Well, I'm sorry that you went through that. And I wish that there was a way you to have, you know, a better existence than this. Let's go back to, if you're willing, camping outside during this brutal New Hampshire winter. How did you find that? I mean, half of the blanket and sleeping bags is not enough.
I know it probably sounds ridiculous to someone who's like, oh, it's really not that hard, you know, just bundle up and you just deal with it. Like I had a lot of choice.
And I asked you about going warmer, and you said it was rarely too much warmer because it was farther.
Yeah.
Are you sure? Like, how many times do you think you went to Walmart in Concord?
Maybe like a couple times. And just, you know, try to avoid stores like that because it just, well, I was going to stay with you, but I think they're just kind of creepy. You know, I love the door right here standing there. It's just, looks like a big like factory with white lights and all that. It's just, I don't know.
I know it's the source of cheap food, cheap sustenance, you know, cheap goods. So,
It's right that they didn't have any like fresh animals, like, you know, only shards and vinegar and like rotisserie chickens and stuff.
Walmart has history, I could be wrong. I don't. The reason I'm asking is because, again, we went through all the video of the stores, and it looked like somebody, the local market would like to in Walmart a lot. To the point that, like, loss prevention people kind of would follow this person because this person always got a backpack on that obviously jumps out to people at Walmart. Was that you? Did you go in there with a backpack?
Yeah, I tried to somebody to Walmart. I didn't even know the target was a chiropractor since I'm obviously a very limited position.
Yeah. I know it's like it was noticeable and the person wore a black hat, dark clothes, mask usually. And your coworker said it's exactly what you wore when you went to McDonald's. Was it black? I guess it's leather. I don't know. Is it leather? You still have it? Fake leather?
I don't know if it's fake leather.
Like shiny stuff. Like, not like a wool cap, is what I'm saying. What they described though is what you typically wore when when you showed up at McDonald's was this black hat, they thought was leather, dark, I think it was sweatshirt, plain dark jacket, light. They might actually made it leather too, now that I think about it.
If I remember correctly, I had those were black pants, black boots, and I had like a brown jacket with like white sheet collar around the top.
And what mask do you typically wear?
And it was like red and sort of blue purplish one around the sides. I've done those for years, but I haven't worn it work.
No, they said there was like a bandana that you typically wore. No, when you got to work, when you were walking to work.
I don't remember wearing a bandana.
Okay. It was a blue bandana is what they described. I will bring this up because that's precisely what the guy that went to Walmart wore. And again, obviously he's got a mask on, but that led us to think, okay, that's probably the same guy. It's probably Logan from McDonald's. And it made sense because that person though was only buying the propane tanks. Yeah, small propane tanks. They come in like 2 packs for like $8. But you use those, you can cook, you can eat, stuff like that.
I just buy my food, I can't hide from the store.
You understand it's a crime in buying propane tanks or going to Walmart or anything like that.
I don't just started with that.
I mean, all I'm trying to do is get to the truth and it would look suspicious because I've seen this stuff and again, I've been trying to locate you so we can have this conversation. I saw him and I said, oh yeah, that makes total sense. That's Logan. He's living outside and needs to survive the winter. He must have some sort of heating equipment that uses these propane tanks for cooking food. Because this guy from Walmart would buy like uncooked meat, like chicken, beef, pork sometimes, I think.
I never bought raw meat or anything like that. Usually just kind of a bunch of canned food and stuff that I can easily eat quickly. As the more expensive, like, I don't know, what do you do that?
I'm sorry, what were you up?
Like, how do you like cut like that in my winter?
Presumably the propane tanks were for either a grill or they make heater / stovetop type things so you can eat the tents, you can cook on it, you can do both, but they run on these, typically they run on these small propane tanks. Yeah, the problem is that I did show those images of the guy from Walmart to your coworkers, and they said, yeah, that's the problem. Now, I didn't ask them anything about, what you were doing, or preface it. I basically said, you know this person, and they said, yeah, that's Logan Clegg, used to work here. But they said you were wearing the same stuff, that's why I brought it up, or you were wearing the same stuff that you would wear when you walked into McDonald's. Not where you working, but I guess while you walk in, you typically have this stuff on, take it off, get your McDonald's. I think you used a different face mask. I don't think you wore the black hat, and they have a hat for you there. And I don't see either, but I'm being honest with you, I'm telling you why, and now he's kind of denying that that's you that went to Walmart. Again, it does make me question why would you, like that's nothing. Who cares if you buy propane tanks? Who cares? And again, you're trying to survive the New Hampshire winter. Like, yeah, that makes sense. You have something to heat a tent with. That's not you.
I'm just telling you, I get to Walmart probably a few times regularly.
This person went regularly and bought propane tanks regularly. Like, when I say regularly, 2 to 3 times a week. at least. Another thing, these were always happening about an hour after your shift. So you get off McDonald's, and then less than an hour later, you'd be at Walmart and you'd be buying propane tanks. You also bought Mountain Dew, ice cream, Coke, I think. I don't remember anything else, but again, there wasn't a question when I entered that, okay, that's Logan Clegg, who's obviously surviving by shopping at Walmart. So,
I understand that makes sense to you. Again, I just want to shop most of the time.
okay. Lastly, where this happened, where the murder of two people happened on the Marshall Trail. I talked to a lot of people that walked the trails, and they described frequently passing by a young white man in his 30s, average height, slim build, dark clothing, black hat, carrying shopping bags. They assumed they saw this guy walking in at dusk. They believed that he probably lived in the woods somewhere, broken ground trail. Didn't know exactly where. No one reported any bad experiences with this person. Just said that he wouldn't respond to them. So they would walk by and say hi, and he would just kind of run or not say anything at all. I was under the impression that that might also be you. Do you remember any encounters like that?
No, I know it's bad to be, walking by them. Again, I've never been able to go to the park kind of area.
Well, I want you to picture a park. I want you to picture where the power lines are. So what are the area underneath the power lines where it's clear, and then if you're looking at the power lines, there'd be some foresty area to the right of that or to the east of that. That's kind of what I want you to think of, like Central Park or White Park, if you're familiar with that in Concord. This is the woods, but it has trails, safe trails that people use. Well, I thought that you might be living in those woods.
No. Again, I try to stay close to work and really so if I get really far into the city.
I don't want to give you questions too hard. It is 3.5 miles and 3/4 mile from the Shaws. And if I haven't said it already, I know that you were shopping at Shaws and know that you would buy the same stuff, and you were actually wearing the same outfit that you wore to Walmart. Like, that's pretty much your standard outfit, is the dark pants, the black boots. You always have this bandana on, at least at Walmart and Shaws. But anyway, when you leave Shaws, you would walk all the way across the parking lot. So now you go towards where you're describing, which is the area behind Home Depot, and you would walk towards Loudon Road. And then wait for light, cross Loudon Road, and then cross into the woods. Next to this Hollywood apartment complex. From there, I didn't see it, but that's clearly where you were going, in the winter and in the spring months. And that happens to be also the way to get to Broken Ground Trails. So, were you living on the Broken Ground Trails at this point?
No. Okay. I don't know if you're like making this up, trying to catch me somewhere or something.
And being 100% honest with you, I have no reason to lie to you, no trickery, I respect you as a person. I'm trying to get to the truth, and I'm telling you two things, and if it is you, then you can probably think back and know that I'm being honest, because these people remember passing by this person, and they remember this person having Amazon packages on occasion, and they also remember this person like yelling to themselves, and then stopping once they realized that there was another human being around.
I never carried like Amazon packages around with me. I always just like opened them up and I got them and put them in my backpack.
Okay. I mean, it seems unusual, unlikely that there would be another person, that was really doing nothing online, not making any of this up. And that's part of why we looked at the Walmart footage, because that's clearly a good source to get these small propane tanks, and that's where we saw you, we believe, you purchasing the small propane tanks. Do you know anything about this burn tent site that I'm talking about?
Like I said, I've been like anywhere off the main road, usually just think about it. I mean, I don't know what person you're talking about, but I yelling at strangers or whatever you said.
Yelling to, I'm gonna be clear, yelling out loud, and then when they see a stranger, stopping them. So, not all that unusual, I can do it myself, where nobody's in the office, and I might talk to myself, and then shoot somebody behind me, you know. And I'm a little bit embarrassed, but obviously stop talking. It was that kind of scenario. Nobody was yelling at strangers.
I guess that doesn't sound like
But you see where I'm going with all this and why I'm talking to you and asking you these types of questions?
yeah.
Okay. The people that were killed, they were shot. So somebody had some sort of firearm and used that to kill them, and they were each shot a couple of times. What is your experience with firearms, with guns? Have you ever fired a gun? Do you own a gun regularly? Do you grow up in a firearms family?
Kind of stressing what you talked about, so I don't like more about it.
Is there a way to talk about it without getting into Utah stuff? I have no interest in Utah stuff.
No.
Can I ask you this? When you were being confident at all, did you ever go shooting with anyone? Did anyone ever take you to a range or to, actually those areas are, under the power lines, are well known for people going out and shooting? Did you ever have an opportunity to fire a gun when you were in conflict?
No.
Did you ever see anybody or hear anybody when you were out camping firing a gun?
Never got shots in the car.
Did you ever see anybody, I mean, we're talking about a white man that is roughly your height and age. Did you ever see anybody like that might have had a firearm?
Unless someone was like walking on Main Street, that's all right, or something. I can't. Yeah, they did that, didn't see.
This would be more like somebody in the woods or under the power lines, firing some rounds, usually at cans or something like that, pots, stuff like that. Did you ever witness anything like that?
No, I don't remember hearing any gunshots or seeing any people with guns.
Do you ever, I know you said that you bought stuff through Amazon online. Do you remember any other, like businesses that you use at eBay? Any other businesses that you bought stuff from and you had delivered?
No.
How did you have this stuff delivered when you didn't have an address to conquer?
From the post office, they have the general delivery there, so I just told it that is, you know,
Without a PO box, you could just do that?
yeah, this is not only be used for like 30 days for some of the phones, I just come home or something, but, at least in Hampshire, there's nothing doing.
Do you remember how you make, like your Amazon, I assume for Amazon purchases, you have to have some sort of account. How do you, did you use your name with that account?
I just have to have my name on the delivery,
How do you like, how do you make these orders? What do you use?
just on my phone work.
On your phone, I'm sorry, what?
On my phone work.
At work? Oh, do you have a phone with cell service?
No, it's just Wi-Fi at work.
So that's why it was at work, because of McDonald's Wi-Fi, so.
Yeah.
Any other places where you could get free Wi-Fi?
Sometimes I go to the mall, the Wi-Fi is pretty spotty.
How do you, like, leave your clothes and stuff?
I didn't. Even now, photos are all public.
They're, I mean, a little, but not like, I mean, you saw most of comments almost.
Yeah,
You don't look like that.
yeah, the most homeless people on the jobs here.
Okay. That's true. So you like, would you just wear them until you could?
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, I can't afford it. I have a wardrobe or some of the products, so it goes to be like baggage that we carry around.
You're clean shaven. Are you always like that?
Most of the time,
By choice or just natural?
I just don't like having facial hair.
So you shave every day?
Not like regularly, it's a lot easier when you have like a mirror and a sink and all that, but I just have to like dry shave, so it's easy to procrastinate, I guess.
Okay. Do you not have to shave that often in order to?
Like every 2 days.
How do you brush your hair?
Uh,
How do you go to the barber?
I just cut it myself.
Using like what?
Just like cheap scissors, like using my phone in here.
Okay. Well, noticeable.
No, I was like, I can't do it.
Are you sure you're not hungry? You want one drink or anything? I don't want to get you something.
I'm not hungry.
When you made the Amazon account, the guy that went into Walmart and bought all of these grocery things, he would pay with cash, and he would also pay with like gift cards. Do you ever use? I assume you had to use something to purchase your Amazon stuff. What did you use for that?
I used, my credit card. Well, it's just a debit card.
Like from a bank?
Yeah.
You still have that?
No, because it was like one of those job cards that they give you at certain workplaces. So, like, once you stop working there, they start paying fees and stuff on your account. So, just, I don't use it for that.
When did you stop using it?
Probably, yeah. Like, I can't say for sure. There's like sometime between when I got back and when I my account, probably maybe like December or something.
So the guy that was in Walmart, he, like I said, he bought the broken things, he frequently paid cash, but there were numerous occasions where he paid with gift cards. And then we tracked those gift cards. And that same person did make some Amazon purchases, ordered vitamins. Is that something that you ever ordered?
No.
You sure? Because the person that ordered vitamins had them delivered to mail delivery Concord under the name of Logan Clegg.
I did this job, but I remember where vitamins and stuff. It's just close.
Okay. The same person that did all of that, they used a Google account like a Gmail when they made the Amazon account. And that Google account, it was rkskelly@gmail.com. You ever heard of that email?
No.
That's the same email that you wrote on your McDonald's application, which you put your name, Logan Clegg, rkskelly@gmail.com. On the application, they asked for a phone number, you said you preferred email. Do you remember writing anything of that?
No. It's a long time ago.
The person who made the Gmail, the arcade, X Kelly, when they made the email, they put a name in it. The name was Arthur Kelly that they put. That's the same name that the guy that our officers encountered in a tent in the woods next to Alton Woods on April 20th. The same name that that guy I then thought that person was probably you. I thought that was probably the same person that went to Walmart. And in fact, all of these things do mesh up to indicate that it's you. So the guy in Walmart, your coworkers say that's you. Because you wore the same thing when you went to McDonald's. The guy in Walmart made purchases with debit prepaid cards, not bank card, prepaid cards. That same card was used on Amazon to buy clothes items for Logan Clegg, general delivery, to buy other stuff from Amazon if there were other items that were bought through Amazon. You see where I'm going with this?
I can tell you it was my cyber's card.
That's exactly what I want to hear. Right, is I want to hear your side of the story as far as what happened in Concord, if you were involved with what happened with these two people.
I didn't know anyone in Concord except my coworkers.
Okay. I want to ask you a point blank, and I don't want to be offended or anything. I have to ask, I'm sure you understand. Did you have any involvement with the murder of Stephen and Wendy Reid, a white male and African American married couple on the Marshall Trail in Concord in April?
I've never even heard of these people. I had any involvement with these people at all.
Did you kill anybody regardless of name?
No.
Did you live in a burned tent site? I'm sorry, did you live in a tent that was later burned at some point in broken ground trails where I'm describing?
No, I just used like a target to keep my snow off. I didn't ever have an intent.
Did I mention, I probably did, that the person who used those gift cards, they bought numerous tarps at Walmart, but they also bought a tent around November 27th or 28th.
Yeah, I just used a target. I didn't have tents. I haven't been going to Walmart. Okay, there's someone else to tell me.
The same person again, after the killings, that person bought a new tent at Walmart. I don't recall if there were tarps, but that probably had a sleeping bag. Bought a new tent and a sleeping bag. That person did not wear a mask. That person looked to be you.
I don't really want to say. It's just not this person.
And you understand why I'm asking. If you were made,
I mean, you know, I can't tell if you're making this stuff up or not. I know you're saying that you are being honest with me, but it's, when I was dealing with the Utah detective, he was making a bunch of stuff up, saying good things back in the video.
I understand that that is something that some officers do. I'm not that kind of detective, and I'm definitely not doing that. So what I'm telling you is stuff that I believe to be true. And all that I'm asking is, I never know how these things are going to play out. But if you were me for a second, just imagine that I'm telling the truth and that I'm just trying to solve this case for a family that really misses their loved ones. Wouldn't you be concerned if you were me and I keep telling you things that sound to me like you? Wouldn't you be concerned if you were me about this situation?
Yeah, but you're saying that people always like me, but what about me stands out? Like, I don't understand.
Not just people that look like you, people that a person that is using your name, right? Because the person that made these purchases is the same person that bought stuff through Amazon and had those things delivered. General delivery, as you said. And also, you can have sort of like different points, right? Like FedEx different points.
I don't know.
Okay, you can, I found this out. Walmart is, and there is one of Walgreens, and I believe that's, okay. Something was picked up general delivery at the post office. I believe the vitamins that I'm referring to were actually picked up at Walgreens because it was FedEx at one point. And I think they were sent to FedEx. But that person gave the name Logan Clegg, and we went to Walgreens and they told us the procedure, and they would not release it unless the with all due respect, and people, I get it, you've got your reasons, right? You've had a tough life, there's no question about that. I'm just trying to get to the truth and solve this for the Reid family.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you.
Is there anything else that we haven't talked about that you want me to know, or that you think I should know?
I mean, make sure you have some kind of like evidence of this person.
We're working on it. We're working on it, but it's a process, and there's been a lot of people to talk to, you know, so.
I mean, this happened like what, like, almost a year ago.
It feels like a year, it was only 6 months.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's a year. So 6 months, we're going back to April, the third week of April.
I mean, like, it sounds like a lot of time to, you know, already, like, got something together.
And it is a process, and it's a slow process. So let me take a brief break. Again, I don't think you want anything to, I've been doing this and I don't like to drink, you know, alone. There's snacks, we'll buy you snacks if you want. Like, you should have something for when stuff and maybe.
Yesterday.
But there's nothing that's gonna hurt you from having a drink or and like granola bars and instead. Maybe some candy.
Well, you know, it's kind of anxious because he's talking, so.
Yeah, okay. Alright, can I take a brief break and then come back and like, if I think of something else in a few minutes?
Yeah.
Do you mind, do you want to sit here, or do you want to go back to, the cell where you were? Yeah. You'll sit here now, right? Let me just check with the officer. Officer, is all there? Can I send out for you? Can you stay here? Do you want to get 911? Logan, you want to stay here?
Sure.
Yeah. You want me to close the door?
Your Honor, could the record reflect the recording has been paused at 1 hour, 1 minute, and 30 seconds?
I accept that. I'm not following along on,
Could we approach?
yes, absolutely.
Just pause that recording. Is that where you took a break?
It is.
And the break was about half an hour long?
Correct.
And during that half-hour break, did any other people interact with the defendant?
The booking officer in South Burlington PD, I believe he did interact, and I'm not sure the exact conversation, but it resulted in Logan moving from the interview room to a booking room.
And was the defendant ultimately brought back to that interview room?
Correct.
And then did you resume that interview about a half hour after that break?
That is correct.
Thank you. And we'd seek to resume playing after that half-hour period.
Absolutely, thank you.
out here, Miranda waiver. Do you remember all of this? Do we need to go through it again? Do you have any questions about it? I'm going to sign it before we sign it in your presence. So you can see that. Okay, so you still understand all these rights, you still want to have a conversation with me? Yes? Okay, you're shaking your head, indicating yes. Have you thought of anything in the free time that we took a little break? Okay, and does this all make sense to you, what I'm asking you about? And so I checked some of my notes, and there's a couple more things I wanted to kind of reveal to you and see if that changed anything from your perspective. The bus ticket. So you bought a bus ticket out of Concord at some point. You said you went to Boston. Do you remember, did you buy a new ticket, or was it all one trip, Concord to Burlington? I don't remember. Okay, the reason I ask is that there was a ticket that was purchased, Boston to Albany to Burlington, and it was May 15th. Does that sound right to you as the day? Why not? Okay. What jumps out at me about this particular bus ticket was the name that was given. I guess what the name was? Yeah, it was Arthur Kelly. Arthur Kelly was the name that was given to purchase this ticket from Boston to Albany, New York, Albany, New York to Burlington. I think there's a transition to a different bus in Albany. So this theme here of what we're seeing of Arthur Kelly and Logan Clegg, this keeps coming back up. Do you think that was you that bought the ticket that said Arthur Kelly on May 13th? Yeah, well, it's good to know that. I didn't tell you, I didn't remember that that's what the name was. So that's a little bit new, but yeah, I get that. Okay, I asked you about guns, specifically related to your time in Concord. If you ever had possession of a handgun or any type of firearm, and you said no, correct? Well, I thought that had to do with when I asked you about your history with guns. I thought you answered, I could be wrong. Specifically, this had something to do with Utah. I asked you about your time from Concord, in Concord, New Hampshire. Because remember, I asked you if you were shooting, and you said no to that. I thought it would be clear you ever have a gun in Concord. Okay. I talked about the burnt. We're calling it the burnt tent site. There was a tent there at one point, and that tent was burned with all these propane tanks inside. You said that you don't think that was you. Did you ever live in a tent that had? So if I'm saying you lived in a structure that you made with cars.
It's like a triangle shaped target held up with like some logs.
And the guy that purchased the tents, you're saying that was not you that purchased the tents at Walmart. One in November and one in April 19th to be exact.
I feel like you're just going in circles trying to connect me with this hard person.
Yeah. I don't feel like anyone in circles. I get that seems repetitive to you. I just want to make sure that I'm being accurate. And where I was going with this was at the burnt tent site. This is maybe we discussed this before. At burnt tent site, there were shell casings, spent shell casings. So when you fire a gun, the bullet leaves the gun and it goes somewhere. A shell casing pops out, unless it's $3. But in most non-land equipment, obviously, but they fly out. That's called a spent shell casing. There were numerous shell casings found at the burnt tent site.
Okay.
The same type of shell casing was also found at the crime scene.
Okay.
So, again, leading me to think that there is some sort of connection between the burnt tent site and the double murder that happened. So that's what I Let me keep going one more thing that we should discuss, is that okay?
It's fine, it's, like, just, we can go in circles, like,
Okay. Alright, do you want to take any food while you're here? Okay.
how long it is until I get paperwork or hearing or something.
I don't. So right now, my, supervisors and South Burlington are trying to work through the next steps concerning both your Utah probation form and our Concord investigation. Dan, is there anything else you can think of that we can perform?
I didn't hear what the last
I think he's done talking, which is fine. Can we ask, would you mind if I showed you a picture of, we were talking about the barn? Would you want to look at that?
Rather just be done with this,
Okay. All right. So going back to what your last questions were, what's going to happen is you're going to stay here for a little bit while we figure out the next step. At some point, you're going to go before a judge here in South Burlington or Burlington, where the county is, regarding the Utah warrant. Most likely, at some point before that, you're going to remain here while we seek a search warrant to see certain things from you, like probably clothing. I don't know what you have on you as far as backpack, stuff like that. Do you have any other clothes anywhere?
close,
No.
not in my backpack.
Okay. Can I get you some clothes so that if we end up, and I don't know what we're taking yet, but hypothetically, we took your shirt and we took your pants, can I get you other clothes to replace that?
They're unnecessary. I mean, I can get you if you want, but I guess
What size pants are you?
30.
Sure.
Small.
Straight socks.
Size 13.
Shoes, it was size 13.
Right.
Sorry. So, it's gonna be a little while. Again, if you want to eat or anything like that, I know you said you're nervous or anxious. We'll get you wherever you want. We're trying to keep you healthy and get you through this while we do our investigation. And again, all we're trying to do is everything possible to solve this double homicide that we have. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Sure.
Do you want any of this? Because I would want you to eat it here in front of me, or at least while we're in company. I mean, is there anything else that your appetite is? Do you want a burger? Do you want chicken, rotisserie chicken? No, we will get you food. Okay, if you change your mind at any point, just let the booking officer know and we'll get you something. Do you need to use the bathroom now? Is there anything else you need from me or any questions that you have or anything else that I can help you with?
So I'm not gonna get like any kind of paperwork on over or anything.
Not right now, no. If we serve a search warrant, you will get a copy of the search warrant, and if we take stuff, you'll get a copy of the receipt for that. And that's standard. I don't know exactly the wrong procedure, but I'm confident that that's standard and you'll walk away with that.
Okay. Am I gonna get a public hearing today?
I think they'll probably get Monday. I don't know how late the courts work there here. When we got to this point, we'll probably be it next morning type thing. I don't know where you, if you stay here or if there's like a temporary jail or something like that. I don't know the answer to that. I can find that out for you. Let's take it one step at a time. As long as you're okay here, then let us do our steps here, and then we'll figure out the next steps.
Okay.
All right, please let me know, because if you get hungry, just whatever it is, we'll get it for you. Understood? Okay. All right, you can come back this way. Kyle Olson?
Thank you. Maybe this might be a good time for a break.
Your Honor.
Yeah.
Can we approach?
Yes. Instructions. Just a reminder about the earlier instruction that things said by Detective Brown are not coming in as substantive evidence, but only to provide context for the responses by the defendant, Mr. Clegg, which are coming in as substantive evidence and can be considered by you. So that the statements by Detective Brown are, to the extent he asserted a fact or said anything, those facts are not substantive evidence. It's the responses by the defendant that are substantive evidence. Secondly, during the interview, there was a request by Mr. Clegg to end the interview, an invocation of his right to be silent. That is absolutely his right. You are not to draw any adverse inference against him merely because his assertion of his right to silence. That is his constitutional right, and that cannot be used in any way by you to draw any negative inference against him because he has asserted his right to silence. We're good? Okay, with that said, we'll take about a 10-minute break.
As part of the investigation into the deaths of Stephen and Wendy Reid, did the Concord Police obtain records related to an email address for Stephen Reid?
We did.
What email address was that?
It was iska23x@gmail.com.
And what, generally speaking, what sort of records did you obtain related to that email address?
Location and usage records.
Detective, I'm showing you states 208 and 208A. You can take a look at these. Thank you, Detective. 208 is a document. Do you recognize what that document is?
I do. It's a printed version of location data received from Google regarding the email address iska23x@gmail.com.
And 208A is a disk, I'll call it. And what's on this disk?
A disk is on the disk is the digital version of those records from Google.
Thank you. At this time, you're able to introduce us 208 and 208A.
Any objection?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, at this time, I'm not going to move to introduce them. I just keep them for me. I apologize.
You can remain for ID.
And Detective, did the Concord Police also obtain records related to a phone number for Stephen Reid?
Yes, we did.
You remember what that phone number was?
It was 603-470-0899.
And what entity were those records obtained from?
That was from T-Mobile.
And finally, did the Concord Police obtain records for a phone number related to Logan Clegg?
We did.
And what was that phone number?
802-598-8657, and that was a Verizon phone number.
Where were those? Oh, sorry. From Verizon then. I'm handing states 290 and 291. Take a look at those. Thank you. There's a disc marked as 290. What's on that disc?
That is the digital data provided by T-Mobile related to Stephen Reid's cell phone.
And 291 is another disc. What is contained on that disc?
That is the digital data from Verizon related to Logan Clegg's phone number.
Thank you. Detective, switching back, did the Concord Police seek to discover how the defendant, posing as Arthur Kelly, left Concord?
We did.
And how did the Concord Police do that?
We served additional subpoenas to various bus company and travel-related companies, asking for any records related to the email addresses rkxkelly@gmail.com, dentkelly0707@gmail.com, and also the names Logan Clegg and Arthur Kelly.
receive any records from a company called Wanderoo
We did?
as a result of those efforts?
Yes.
Detective, I'm showing you states 251. Just take a look at that. Do you recognize what that is?
I do.
What is it?
That is records provided by a company called Wanderoo, related to a ticket purchase connected to the email address dentkelly0707@gmail.com and the name Denton Kelly.
Your Honor, this time I move to strike the AD on 251.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
251 is a full exhibit.
And, sorry, switching gears, those records that we just talked about, the records from Google for that Stephen Reid Gmail, as well as the Stephen Reid phone number and the phone number associated with Logan Clegg, were those records provided to the FBI?
Yes, they were.
Thank you. So, I'm showing you states 251. Could you please describe what we're looking at?
Sure. This is the information from that company, Wanderoo. It's related to the email address of dentkelly0707@gmail.com, and it basically shows that on April 21st, 2022, at 11:30 a.m. and 38 seconds, a ticket was purchased for a Greyhound bus ticket from Concord, New Hampshire to Portland, Maine, and that had a departure time of April 22nd at 9 a.m., and the passenger name associated with that ticket purchase was Denton Kelly.
Now, Detective, does it say that the time and date that the ticket was purchased, is there a notation for EST?
There is, so that is Eastern Standard Time or local time here in Concord.
Thank you. Detective, did the police obtain any information about records relating to travel by the defendant to Vermont?
Yes, we did.
Does that relate to travel in February of 2022?
Yes.
And where did the police obtain that information from?
I believe that was from Greyhound, a bus company.
Detective, I'm handing you states 250, 250. Can you take a look at those records? Detective, what do you recognize these records to be?
Those are records from Greyhound related to a ticket purchase in February of 2022 involving the name Arthur Kelly.
Your Honor, at this time I move to introduce this, states 250.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
250 is a full exhibit.
Detective, I'm showing you a portion of those records. Could you tell us what we're looking at?
Sure. This is part of the records from Greyhound. It is showing that on February 10th at 11:33 a.m. Central Time, which is 12:33 p.m. Concord Time, a person using the name Arthur Kelly and a billing address of 15 Midway Ave, Barry, Vermont, as well as an email address of rc1266@protonmail.com, purchased a ticket in the amount of $55.98, and it was using a Visa card with the first 6 and the last 4 shown there.
Detective, that email address for protonmail.com, did that appear anywhere else in your investigation?
It did.
Where?
That appeared in Amazon subscriber records for Logan Clegg, as well as in a transaction record involving a company called Brownells for an online purchase.
Thank you. I'm showing you another portion of States 250. Could you tell us what this is?
This is specific ticket information related to that purchase that we just saw, and it's basically showing that the person using the name Arthur Kelly is due to leave and it's leaving Concord, going to Montpelier, Vermont. Can I just?
I can show you the actual record here. That helps.
And it's showing that up here, it says, it's hard to read, at least from my angle, but I believe that says leaving. So Friday, February 11th, 2022, departing time is 2:50, arrival time is 5:20 p.m. I believe that's the relevant information there.
And then similarly, another portion of these records, what is this?
This is ticket information again for Arthur Kelly. This is the return information. So on this one, it will be leaving Montpelier to go to Concord, and it will do that on Saturday, February 12th, departing Montpelier at 12:10 p.m. and arriving back in Concord at 2:45 p.m.
Detective, but how far is Barre, Vermont from Montpelier, Vermont?
It's about 7.5 miles.
Detective Brown, is there bus service from Montpelier, Vermont to Barre, Vermont?
There's a local company, I believe it was called Green Mountain Transit, and they do run a bus that runs between those two cities.
Do you know if that Green Mountain Transit bus has any stops near a store called R&L Archery in Barre, Vermont?
It does. There's a stop. It's about 0.2 miles from that store.
Thank you. Detective, when the defendant's backpack was searched, was there a laptop associated with it?
Yes,
Did you examine the data from that laptop?
I did.
Could you please describe how you examined the data from that laptop?
Myself and a other colleague named Detective Harbitz were both members of the Computer Crimes Unit. We used forensic software and tools to extract or basically copy the data off of that laptop to a file. It's generally called an image. It's basically a one-for-one copy of the data that's on that laptop. We then use different forensic software that scans all of that copied data, and it basically organizes it by type. So all of the pictures now appear in one area, all web browsing traffic, all operating system. It's organized by file type, and we then review that organized data.
And did those tools you use allow you to examine the data from the defendant's laptop without changing or altering it?
That is correct.
Detective, did you find any information on that data from the defendant's computer related to the computer's connections to wireless networks?
Yes, I did.
Detective, I'm showing you states 242. Could you please take a look at this? Detective, what is this?
Those are network profiles, so the names of various networks that Logan Clegg's laptop connected to between a time frame roughly of May 2020 through October 2022.
And is this information based on the data you reviewed from his laptop?
It is. That is from the actual forensic software that organized the data by type.
Your Honor, at this time I'd move to strike the ID on 242.
Any objection?
No, if we can have 1 minute. No objection, Your Honor.
242 is the full exhibit.
Detective, I'm showing you Exhibit 242. Could you tell us what this is?
This is that graphic that I was talking about. It shows profile names, so networks that Logan Clegg's laptop connected to. There is a created date, which is when that network profile first appeared. Then there's a last connection date. So I believe the earliest one shown here is Portland Public Library guest on May 5th, 2022, and its last connection to that network was on May 14th.
Are there any other entries related to a bus?
Yes, on May 15th, 2022, there is this one, Portland Transportation Center, which is known to me as a location in Portland where buses depart from. There's then several profile names that involve either Concord Coach, which is a bus company, or the word bus somewhere within this. And those all occur on May 15th, 2022.
And is there any entry on there related to Burlington, Vermont?
Yes, on May 16th, 2022, at 12:53 a.m., his laptop connected to something called BTV Free Wi-Fi, which is the name of the wireless, the free Wi-Fi network at the Burlington International Airport.
Thank you. Detective, did you locate any information on the data from that laptop indicating when the password on that laptop was most recently changed?
I did.
And could you please explain how you located that information and where it was found?
Again, the forensic software that we use, it organizes data by type. Information such as that, including the operating system type, last login date, that's organized in an area generally called the registry. And what this software does is it takes that data and it puts it in a pretty easy to read graphic.
Thank you. I'm showing you states 229. Please examine that. Thank you, Detective. What is this?
That is a graphic showing operating system information related to Logan Clegg's laptop. It includes a entry for the last login date as well as an entry for the last password change date.
At this time, Your Honor, I move to strike the ID on states 229.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
229 is a full exhibit.
Detective, this is states 229. Could you please describe what we're seeing?
Sure. Again, this is operating system information from Logan Clegg's laptop. So his computer was simply named computer. His last logon date was October 12th, 2022 at 10:03 a.m. And the last password change date time was October 27th, 2021 at 6:50 p.m.
Thank you. And when it says last login date, do you know what that refers to? Login to what?
So when you open the computer and you actually have to type a password to get in, that is the last login date that's recorded there.
Thank you. Detective, were you able to observe any information on that data about what was on the desktop of that computer?
Yes, I was.
And were you also able to obtain any information about the contents of certain folders that were on the computer?
Yes, I did.
I'm handing you states 237, 238. Please examine those. Thank you. So, Detective, states 237, what is that?
That is a photo that I took of Logan Clegg's laptop screen on February 27th, 2022, at which point I was doing a manual examination where I actually open the laptop and look at it as a regular user would.
And states 238, what is shown there?
That is a screenshot that I took of a folder on Logan Clegg's desktop. And I did that using a virtual machine, which basically presents the data on a little window within my computer as though it would appear to the user.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, I would move to strike the IDs on 237 and 238.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
237 and 238 are both full exhibits.
Detective, this is states 237. Could you please explain what this is?
This is a photo, and you can kind of see the outline of the laptop screen here. So this is actually Logan Clegg's laptop open. And this is occurring on February 27th, 2023 at roughly 2:23 p.m. And it's showing that the web browser, specifically Chrome, is open on his desktop, and it is on Google Maps, specifically of the area of Prague.
Where's Prague?
Czechoslovakia. Had to think of the name for a second.
Is that in Europe?
Yes.
And states 238, Detective, could you please tell us what this is?
This is a screenshot that I took of a folder, and I might have misspoken. I think I said it was on the desktop. It's not. It's on the C drive of Logan Clegg's laptop, and you can see up here where that C colon is. The folder name is language, and what we're looking at is the contents of the language folder. I believe it's roughly 19 folders and PDFs and web pages and one audio file. It's all related to learning the Czech language.
Thank you. Detective, did you find any pictures in the data from that laptop?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us where in that data you observed those pictures?
Again, using the forensic software to scan the data copy, it organized everything into types. I did notice a particular image, and that was stored in something called the thumbnails database. When you store a picture on a computer and you move it into a folder, you might see that there's a tiny little icon that's created that's basically a smaller version of that photo. That's a thumbnail, and those thumbnails are all stored in one particular database, and that's where I found an image.
And I'm now asking you to look at states 239. Could you tell us what states 239 is?
This is an image of Logan Clegg that I located in the thumbnails database of his laptop.
Thank you. At this time, Your Honor, the state moves to strike the AV on 239.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
239 is a full exhibit.
Detective, what is this?
This is that thumbnail. It's an image of a person I recognize to be Logan Clegg.
And this is states 239 for the record. Did you observe that particular picture anywhere else in your investigation?
Yes, I did.
Where?
It was on a Romanian ID card that had the same picture and the name Claude Zemo.
Detective, could you tell us what a Windows Fresh Start procedure is?
Yes, Fresh Start is basically a feature designed by Microsoft, and it allows the user of a computer, desktop or laptop, to basically run a fresh start, and that process removes all third-party applications. So anything that's not Microsoft, it takes those programs off, erases all the data associated with them, and then reinstalls the Windows 10 operating system and updates it, basically giving the computer a fresh start. It does not remove the person's personal files. So if they had a folder with photos or a folder with video, it doesn't get rid of those. It just gets rid of the programs that are non-Microsoft and the program data. So for a web browser, a Chrome browser, it would remove the program and the browsing data associated with the program.
Detective, when a fresh start is performed on a computer, does it leave behind any digital traces or artifacts?
It does.
Could you please describe what those are?
That process of creating of running a fresh start, it results in a couple of files. One of them is called removedapps.xml. It's basically just a list of the programs that the fresh start removed. That is stored in a folder that's created. The folder is called Fresh Start, and that's placed in the user's documents folder. So this is done as part of the process. It's not something that a user does.
Have you performed a fresh start on a Windows computer yourself?
I did. As part of this investigation, I ran a fresh start on a test laptop at Concord PD, and I observed the artifacts or the files that were created in that process.
And could you remind us again, what type of files were those that were created?
The one that I was interested in was something called removedapps.xml, and that is inside a folder called Fresh Start, which is placed in the Documents folder of the user's account.
Detective, I'm showing you states 235 and 288. Please look at these. Thank you, Detective. What is states 235?
There's a screenshot showing a file called removedapps.xml in a folder called Fresh Start in the Documents folder of Logan Clegg's laptop.
And states 288.
Two additional files called removedapps.xml. They're inside an unnamed folder inside the recycle bin.
All right, this time I move to introduce 235 and 288.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
235 and 288 are both full exhibits.
Detective, this is states 235. Could you describe what we're seeing, please?
This is that removed apps.xml file that I was talking about. It is a file that is created by running a Windows Fresh Start on Windows 10, and it is this XML file is inside this folder called Fresh Start, which is inside the Documents folder of the user. And again, the username for this particular laptop was simply computer. And there is a creation date of September 15th, 2022 at 10:32 a.m.
Thank you. And now I'm showing you states 288. What is this?
These are two additional files called removedapps.xml, which again is created during a fresh start procedure run on a Windows 10 laptop. These two are inside an unnamed folder, which is inside the recycle bin. When you move a folder into the recycle bin, it does get renamed, and it starts with a $R, and the rest are just random characters, so it doesn't reflect the original name. This removed apps XML on the bottom was created on April 21st at 11:56 a.m. This second one was created on July 26th at 10:29 a.m.
And again, Detective, these removed apps.xml file, are they the result of a fresh start procedure?
This is digital evidence that a fresh start procedure was done on these on two occasions here, and then the third one was September 15th.
Detective Brown, you mentioned the email address dentkelly0707@gmail.com. Did that email address arise at different points in your investigation?
Yes, it did.
And could you tell us where?
It was used in a purchase of a bus ticket out of Concord on April, so the ticket was purchased on April 21st. That particular bus ticket was for the next day, Friday, April 22nd. dentkelly0707@gmail.com was the email address used in the purchase of that ticket. That same email address, you want to keep going?
Please.
That same email address also appeared on a application for employment that Logan Clegg filed with the Price Choppers supermarket around May of 2022.
Detective, I'm showing you states 245. Tell us what this is. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is it?
That is subscriber information. So information about the Google account, dentkelly0707@gmail.com.
Your Honor, this time I move to strike the ID on 245.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
245 is the full exhibit.
Detective, we're looking at states 245. Can you tell us what we see?
Again, this is the Google subscriber information related to dentkelly0707@gmail.com. It's showing us that this was created on April 21st, 2022. 15:29 Zulu is UTC or Greenwich Mean Time, and to get Concord local time, it is -4. So the actual time that this was created locally was 11:29 a.m. It is showing us that the person that created it put in the first name of end and the last name of user, and it's showing that the last login occurred on July 21st, 2022.
So, Detective, April 21st, 2022, is that the Thursday following April 18th, the date of the homicides?
That is correct.
And we talked about some records from Wanderoo indicating that Denton Kelly had purchased a ticket out of Concord. What time did Denton Kelly purchase that ticket out of Concord? Or what date and time did he purchase that ticket out of Concord?
That was April 21st at 11:30, so less than a minute or about a minute after this Dent Kelly 0707 account was created.
And we talked about those three removed apps.xml files. Was one of those dated April 21st?
It was at 11:56, so roughly 26 minutes after this was created and after that bus ticket was purchased.
Detective Brown, did you find any information on the data from the defendant's computer related to a browser history for Google Chrome?
I did.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 230. Please take a look at that. Detective, what is State's 230?
That is a graphic from the forensic software that I used on the copy of the data from Logan Clegg's laptop. It is showing Google searches that were conducted on that laptop, specifically on October 12th, 2022.
Is that the same date that the defendant was placed under arrest?
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time, I've moved to strike the ID on State's 230.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
230 is a full exhibit.
Detective, what is this?
This is that graphic. It is from the forensic software used to analyze the data of Logan Clegg's laptop. The left column is showing search terms along with the date and time that those searches were run. And on the right, we are getting at least part of the URL or the web address for that search. These are all Google searches that were done between 10:38 a.m. and 1:10 p.m.
Detective, are there any, is there an entry there from 10:48 a.m. on October 12th, 2022?
There is, and the search term was Concord NH News, and again, that was at 10:48 a.m. on the 12th.
Thank you. Could I have one moment, please, Your Honor? No more questions at this time, Your Honor.
Thank you. Cross-examination?
Thank you, Your Honor. If I could have just a moment.
Of course.
Actually, should we make it a break?
Yes, can we just take a short recess? So I can set everything up.
Or, to organize exhibits?
Yes.
Okay. So, yes, we'll take about a 5 or 10 minute recess.
She will do that question that I asked.
You can step down, Detective.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Make sure that goes back to that juror chair.
Huh? I'm sorry.
That's
what?
okay. Detective. I don't know if you saw it. I'm not going to that part today. Take a short recess.
Court is at recess.
No, no.
Thank you, please have a seat. Manager Mingus.
Seems a little odd. You tell me.
Officer or detective is fine.
All right, I think I'll stick with detective.
Sounds good, Counselor.
All right, Detective Brown, you were just testifying about the computer that was used for Logan, yep?
Yes,
And you testified about the search history that you were able to view.
correct.
And you also testified about the Fresh Start program.
Correct.
All right, I will want to get into all of that, but I want to focus for a moment on Google search results. You were able to obtain Google search history records outside of just what was on the website.
Correct. There was minimal records from what I remember.
You were able to get his activity from December 29th of 2022 through October 6th of 2022? Does that sound right? Nope, 2021, I apologize.
Could you tell me what, I don't recall that without knowing what account we're referring to.
One moment. I'm gonna go ahead and show you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 247. And I believe it would be the first Peter Black at gmail.com.
I do agree, and I do recognize this, and I agree that it's related to firstpeterblack@gmail.com, and that it shows, sorry. Shows some search history from July 29th through of 22 through October 6th of 22.
I'm sorry, I had those dates wrong. So July through October, well, end of July through October of 2022.
That is correct.
And that document is about 76 pages long.
I agree.
All right, I'd like to ask you about some specific search terms. And I think that some can be a little embarrassing. So there were a lot of searches that related to something called keratosis.
I recall that term, yes.
Okay. There were a lot of search terms regarding progesterone and something called repeat.
Yes.
There were several search terms of a medical nature having to do with medical issues without getting into sort of the nitty-gritty.
Yes.
Is that fair? There were searches regarding the effect of hormones on men.
Yes.
There were search terms regarding issues with men's voices related to these other medical terms. Is that
I don't
fair?
remember that one specifically, but
Okay. There were search terms regarding what I will just call belly trouble.
yes.
Is that fair? There were also some less, I guess, private terms. There was one for Robo J. Jonah Jameson. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that one.
I could give you back the state's exhibit. So, Jonah J. Jameson. You want to refresh that collection that's on page 28 of that document?
I see one that says searched Robo J. Jonah Jameson
All right.
on September 8th, 2022.
Logan also searched Marie Antoinette. That's on page 59 if you want to look.
I agree, I see it.
He Googled reflections on the revolution in France.
Page, please.
Same page, 59.
I see it and I agree.
He Googled the definition of sophistry. That's on 58.
I see it and I agree.
He Googled storage units in the Burlington, Vermont area. That's pages 52 and 53.
I do recall that one.
He Googled the weather in Burlington, Vermont many times.
I recall that, yes.
He also Googled the definition of gregarious.
I don't recall that one. Do you have a page number?
Okay. Why don't we look at page 67 because there's some that I want to talk about there. If I can have a moment.
Of course.
So, I apologize. I'm actually not going to ask you about those. Would you agree that they're of a personal and medical nature, though?
I do.
And he Googled a lot of things just generally about vitamins.
I recall that.
And he did on at least one occasion, it looks like it was at the same time, he did Google Concord News in July 31st of 2022.
Do you have the page number for that one,
Yes,
Counselor?
that is on page 65.
I see it and I agree.
All right. And it looks like it was searched twice, but it's 4 seconds apart. Is that fair? One's at 11:38:50, and the other one's at 11:38:54.
Based on my experience, I wouldn't agree that it was searched twice. I can explain that if need be.
No, if you don't think it was searched twice, then that's
It was not searched twice.
okay. So even though he did those fresh starts on his computer, you were able to get some of his Google history, is basically the point here. Yes?
This history came from Google itself, so this was not recovered from the laptop.
Understood, but you were able to obtain that.
Yes.
So I am going to travel back in time, and I want to talk about what happened essentially in April and in May. So what I'm going to do, and I'm going to try to just keep this going as we go along, but I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification as Defendant's Exhibit 1171, and I will give you my black pen. And so I just want to make sure that we all have our dates straight, and I'm not going to just go straight through the calendar with you right now, but as we talk about things, I may ask you to go ahead and write them down for me on the dates. I would also ask that the court take judicial notice that the dates on that calendar are correct, and that those do in fact reflect the numbers and days of the week as they correspond to the months of March and April of 2022.
If you just give me 1 second, I can do that. Does the state want to be heard further, or any objection to the court taking judicial notice?
No objection.
Okay, members of the jury, when the court takes judicial notice of facts, and I am doing so with regards to the two-page document, which has been marked as Defense Exhibit 1171 for identification, containing the months of April and May of 2022, means that I have confirmed from a reliable source that these are in fact the dates, the correct days of the week that reflect the numbers on those dates for April and May of 2022, and this is an accurate copy of those documents setting out those dates. You may but are not required to accept those facts when I take judicial notice of those facts as being established for purposes of your deliberations in the case. But I do take judicial notice that those are in fact the accurate dates.
All right, thank you, Judge. All right, Detective, so the first date I want to talk about, well, yesterday on direct, you testified about a brisk walk that you took. Do you recall this?
Yes.
And I believe that was in July of 2022?
Correct.
And the brisk walk essentially had you leaving from not Shaw's, but rather you had already crossed Loudon Road, and you walked from there to the parking lot of Broken Rounds Trail, and then continued on to essentially the space where there was the bullet fragment was recovered.
That is correct.
All right. And you testified that it was a brisk walk.
Yes.
And I believe you had said that it had taken you 8 minutes from that place that we just discussed across Loudon Road to the parking lot to the Broken Grounds Trail.
About 8 minutes, yes.
About 8 minutes. And then you testified that it took you about 4 minutes to go from that space to the area where the bullet fragment was recovered alongside some blood.
That's correct, but to clarify, I was using a watch without seconds, so I wasn't looking at seconds. So that could be anywhere between 4 and 4 minutes and 59 seconds.
Okay, so you were using a watch without seconds?
Yeah, the watches generally don't have a second. At least this face does not have seconds on it.
Okay. Previously in this investigation, you've actually used apps. I believe it was Strava to map your locations and timing and things of that nature. Is that correct?
I have. I did not use it for that particular occasion.
All right. And so you took a similar walk, not the complete walk, but you took a similar walk back on May 5th of 2022. You walked from that parking lot to the essentially what's been dubbed the crime scene, where that bullet fragment and blood were located.
Correct?
You did that walk in May. And when you did that walk in May, it took you 5 minutes and 15 seconds.
I recall that?
So that's correct? That is what it took you?
Correct.
All right. So I want to talk more generally about the search. But can you go ahead? Well, let me ask first. The bodies of the Reids were located by Concord Police in conjunction with other people on April 21st. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. Can you go ahead and write in that box on your calendar that was the date the bodies were recovered?
What do you want me to write? Bodies recovered?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. And you've testified about this before, on direct, but I believe you were the person that set up the, not necessarily the perimeter, but the log for people coming in and out of the area that was dubbed the crime scene. Is that correct?
I got the first crime scene log to the scene. So I started the crime scene log. I wasn't there continuously.
Understood. That would be a lot of time. But you did start that log, and at a later time, you are the one that actually collected all of the logs and you put them into the computer, and so we have a complete record of the people going in and out of the scene for those days.
What I believe to be correct, yes.
Okay. And so if you can draw an arrow, well, I apologize, backing up again. So the scene was secure until April 23rd.
That is correct.
All right. Can you please draw an arrow for me, just spanning through the 21st to the 23rd, indicating that it was a secure scene?
I put an arrow and the word secure crime scene above the arrow, running from the 21st through the 23rd.
Thank you, Detective. All right, so I want to talk about some of the specific searches done on those days. You were present at some point during all 3 days, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so on April 23rd, this is the day that there was a line search conducted.
That is correct.
Would you mind writing line search under the 23rd, please?
Can I just ask, am I writing a lot? How much space, how small do I need to write?
Not terribly small, but small.
Okay, it's written.
Thank you, Detective. All right, and so that line search, that basically spanned, it started in the area under the power lines,
Yes.
basically from the top of the ridge to the parking lot.
Yes.
And there was also a marshy area there that was not searched.
That was searched, but that was searched only by individuals that had waterproof boots and stuff of that nature.
I apologize. So yes, it was searched separately by people with waterproof equipment, including, I believe, a waterproof metal detector.
I don't recall a waterproof metal detector.
All right. Nonetheless, the line search, that process took several hours.
Yes.
And at one point, the line search did go into the specific area of the crime scene.
That's correct.
Now, you testified on direct that you did not collect, I think the language you may have used was any major pieces of evidence, something
Yes,
along
that
those
sounds correct. Major evidence, I believe I said.
Okay. You said not major evidence, but you did collect some evidence.
I collected some items, yes.
Okay. One of those items was a used finger bandage,
That's correct.
and that was located within the overall crime scene.
That was located at the edge of the expanded crime scene, yes.
The expanded crime scene or the edge of the overall crime scene?
I think we're using different terms for the same area. If you recall the rectangular shape graphic that we had for April 22nd, it was a red rectangle.
Yes.
That is, you could refer to it either as the overall crime scene or the expanded crime scene.
Okay. That's fine. So that was located. Another thing that you did take into evidence was a small liquor bottle.
Yes.
and that was recovered from the power line area.
It was?
That appeared to be relatively new.
Yes.
You also seized a piece of blue nylon material.
I did?
After the line search was conducted, the search didn't really stop then, though.
The line search ended, and most of the personnel involved in the line search ended their shifts. Concord PD then went back up to the overall or the expanded crime scene.
Okay, because the line search, it involved more than just Concord PD. I believe you had testified that it was Fish and Game and possibly state troopers there as well?
That's correct.
Okay. 20 plus people for that process?
More than 20. If you have the crime scene log, I could get the exact number.
Okay. So after the line search is over, you and some other Concord detectives go back to the scene.
Correct?
And the scene is still secure at that time.
Yes.
And one of the objects seized at that point was a green piece of fabric.
Correct.
All right. You were also using, perhaps not you personally, but you were also using metal detectors at this time.
There was a Concord PD metal detector. I don't believe there was two. I could be wrong, and I did not use the metal detector on that day.
Okay. But you were there and you did see that metal detector being used.
Correct.
Okay. So I would like to show you some photographs. Apologize. All right, so I would like to show you some photographs from that day, and I'm going to hand you what has been marked as full exhibits, 1001, 10-2, 10-3.
Not the last one.
I apologize, Your Honor. I'm having a little difficulty reading these.
No problem.
So I have 1001 through 1005. All right, and in those photographs, the area that is captured by the photograph is essentially the Marsh Loop Trail, and it is facing tree number 1 that we've talked about extensively. Yes?
The first 3 appear to show tree 1. The last 2 do not.
Okay. So the first 3 show tree 1, but again, they are essentially showing that top of the Marsh Loop Trail in the area of, what we've all been calling the drag path.
Correct.
All right. And whomever it was that was using the metal detector on this day actually was able to locate something underground.
Yes.
All right. And so what was that thing underground?
That was the hollow point type bullet.
And that was located 3 to 4 inches underground?
Correct.
All right. And I want to point your attention to the very top of Defendant's 1002. And here you can see the tree at the very top. Would you agree that that is tree number 1?
Absolutely.
All right. And right behind that tree, you can see essentially the waist down of a person in jeans.
Yes,
And that person is holding a metal detector.
that is correct.
Permission to publish that?
Absolutely.
And the last two photos in that series, I believe, was '04 and '05. Those two photographs show the area where that that spent bullet was located. So looking at 10:05.
I agree, 10:05. 10:04, it is towards the top, so it's not this area here, it's this area right there.
Okay, but we can also see some holes that are dug on 10:04 in a different area.
Yes,
Okay. And all of those holes were dug as a result of the use of the metal detector.
correct.
All right. Permission to publish 10:04 and 10:05.
Absolutely.
Thank you. That tree number 1, is where Assistant Attorney General Ward had located 2 casings on May 20th.
Correct.
All right. Can you go ahead and write on our calendar for May 20th, casings found?
2.
2 casings found.
Okay.
All right. And so you had actually been present that day,
On which day?
on May 20th,
Yes,
and Attorney Ward had called you over.
that's correct.
Would you agree that it was sudden when he called you over?
Yes,
And you were also able to observe those 2 casings.
yes, I was.
At that time, I think that there was some testimony, either you or Detective Gorham went to go and get the metal detector, someone stayed with the casings during that time. Does that sound accurate?
That's correct. I don't remember who was who, though.
Right. That seems to be the confusion. Once that metal detector was obtained, you used it on May 20th.
Yes,
And you noted that the metal detector was working.
yes,
You actually used it to sort of wave it over the shell casings.
correct.
And the metal detector beeped and it did not have an issue.
Did I mark that in a report? I don't recall it specifically doing that.
Okay. Would you agree that it was picking up the shell casings consistently and without issue?
I don't recall doing that. I remember using the metal detector and finding another item in the area that indicated to me that it was working. If I put in a report that I did that, I'm happy to
Okay.
refresh my memory with that.
I'm gonna approach. So this is page 376. And you write that the metal detector appeared to be working properly, picking up the shell casings consistently and without issue.
Yes,
All right. And so you were going exactly where I was headed next. And you continued your search on that day with that metal detector.
correct.
On May 20th. And you were able to locate a muzzle loader?
That's what I wrote it as. I don't know exactly what it is. It was a much larger form of a bullet that appeared to be old, and I presume that it was a muzzle loader. I'm not an expert, though, so.
Okay. And that was 10 feet away from the trail.
Is that the definition or the, yeah, I'm sorry, I don't remember. Yeah, that is what it says, 10 feet away from the trail.
the muzzle loader, how deep underground was that located?
A few inches, I don't recall the exact amount,
Does
but I had
three-
to dig for it.
3 to 4 inches?
That sounds right.
Okay. All right. So in April, we talked about on April 26th that you had, I believe this was the day that, I apologize. On April 26th, you went to the crime scene. A couple times, actually.
Yes,
First, you went with Detective. Actually, nope. You went and walked the power lines. Does that sound right?
I walked, yes, the area under the power lines and then to the west of the power lines, if I'm thinking of the same thing that you're referring to.
Yes. And you also did something that you testified about on direct, was you went and you were collecting GPS coordinates.
Correct.
All right. And you testified on direct that one of the coordinates that you collected was the point where Miss Nutt had indicated to you that the reeds had passed her on the trail.
Correct.
All right. And that eventually did make it onto a chart.
It's down there.
That made it into a map that you produced. So I'm looking at State's Exhibit 212.
Yeah, I agree.
All right. So I want to talk a little bit about how this was made, because this sort of overview map, the little yellow pins in it, that's not something that came off of Miss Nutt's phone. Is that correct?
The yellow dots are absolutely from Nan Nutt's phone.
The coordinates are, but the phone, I believe you had testified that you had made this in Google Earth Pro. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So what you did was you took the coordinates given to you by her phone and essentially mapped them out.
Correct.
Okay. And so you testified that one of the things that you collected on the 26th was the location where she had pointed out to you that the reeds passed her.
Yes.
All right. Now, when you did that walkthrough with Dr. Nutt, you did not take the GPS coordinates at that time.
Correct.
And when you did that walk with Dr. Nutt, you had asked her to point out several different things.
Correct.
So the first thing you did was you met with her. I believe that was on April 25th, if you wouldn't mind writing that on the calendar. Walk through with Dr. Nutt.
Okay.
And so you met her at the entrance of you met her at the Portsmouth entrance of the Marsh Loop Trail.
Correct.
And you wanted her to point out different things to you.
Yes.
And you didn't point things out to her.
Correct.
So you wanted to be objective.
Yes.
And you actually had a camera with you.
I had an iPad with me, yes.
iPad, yes. That has a camera in it.
That's
Yes.
correct.
Okay. And before the hike began, you indicated to Dr. Nutt that you wanted to know where the reeds passed her on the trail.
Correct.
You indicated to her that you wanted to know where it was that she lost visual track of the reeds.
Correct.
You wanted to know where she was when she heard the gunshots.
Yes.
And you wanted to know her location when she first saw a man on the trail.
Yes.
And I believe the last point was you wanted to know where she met a second person on the trail, a second man, and stopped to chat with them.
Correct.
All right. And so when you did all of that, you told her that ahead of time, so she knew what it was that she was supposed to be pointing out to you.
That's correct.
When you did that, you did not stop at tree number 1.
Correct.
All right.
It's okay.
On this particular day, when you were doing the walkthrough with Dr. Nutt, you had actually asked her to bring her dogs with her?
Yes, I believe so.
And so you got to meet her 2 dogs.
Correct.
I believe it's Bodie and Coriander.
That's correct.
They're sort of easy to remember, right?
I can't remember the first one. What was it again, Bodie?
I think so.
Okay. Corey, I remember.
All right, and so we talked about the iPad you had with you, but you weren't actually recording continuously.
No.
And you weren't grabbing the GPS units in that moment.
I may not have been certain if it would collect that automatically, and I may have discovered later that it didn't, and I went back.
That's fine.
I didn't use a separate app or anything like that to get GPS coordinates that day.
Okay. I apologize, Judge. I'm a little stumped here.
No problem.
All right, we will have to come back to Dr. Nutt. I apologize. You testified on direct about, and I'm not going to ask you any details, but just generally, that this case received a fair amount of media attention. Is that fair?
I would agree with that. I don't remember testifying to that, but I would agree to that.
Okay, well. And so,
This is an extra copy, it's not the one that's marked.
okay. All right, and so there was some media coverage, and one of the things that you sort of realized very early on from people approaching you on the trail, even while the scene was still secure, was that the news was sort of out and people were aware that it not necessarily perhaps what happened, but that something had happened.
I agree.
And the scene was closed for those 3 days, but people became aware of essentially where the recovery site was.
Objection.
If counsel would approach.
I'll withdraw.
Okay, thank you.
One of the tasks that I believe you had asked Detective Harabitz and Ryder to do was to set up game cameras. Is that correct?
It's Detective Harbitz and
How did
Detective
I say
Ryder. Harbitz.
Harabitz.
I agree. I wouldn't say necessarily that it was I that directed them. That was something that came up and they agreed to do it. I don't recall specifically me telling them to do that.
Okay. But they did go and do that.
They did?
And they did that on April 25th?
Correct.
All right. Can you mark on the calendar on April 25th game cameras up?
Okay.
And I believe at that time, there were 2 cameras that were put up on the 25th.
That is correct.
One was sort of looking down towards the recovery site,
Correct.
and one was looking, was supposed to be looking more on the actual trail.
Correct.
You later learned that there was a malfunction with one of the cameras.
The one covering the trail, that's correct.
Okay, I think it was like camera number 2.
I don't know that I ever, I think I called that one Marsh Loop Trail camera.
Okay.
I don't recall exactly, but it is the one that was covering the actual trail itself, not the body recovery location.
Okay, and so Detective Harabitz and Ryder went out and tried to deal with that malfunction on April 26th.
They did, and it was later on that we discovered that we had to just replace that camera entirely.
Okay. Can you write on our calendar malfunction addressed for game camera?
I can. I would just clarify that it wasn't corrected.
Understood.
Can I write not corrected, or?
If you want to, yeah.
Okay.
All right. At some point during your investigation, or rather during several different points during your investigation, you were able to recover photographs from those the functioning game camera.
Correct.
All right. So I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification as Defendant's Exhibit 1132 through 11. Well, we'll do these. Yeah, we'll do these one at a time. All right. So this is Defendant's Exhibit 1132. And you retrieved the information off the game cameras, and at one point you did review all of those photographs.
Correct.
All right, and so would you agree that this is a fair and accurate depiction of the game camera image from May 6, 2022?
I would.
All right, and it was taken at about 9:30 a.m.?
9:38 a.m., correct.
At this point, 9:38.
Yes.
At this point, I'd ask to strike the identification and mark this as a full exhibit.
Any objection?
No, because that's the number.
1132 is a full exhibit.
All right. So, and in this photograph, we can see a gentleman, right?
Yes.
And he seems to be looking around the area. He's looking, his head is oriented down, so he's looking down in the area of where the Reed's bodies were recovered.
It looks to me like he's looking to the right of it, to the right of that's tree number 5.
Okay. Permission to publish this one?
Absolutely.
All right, I am going to hand you Defendant's Exhibit 1133. And this particular photograph is also from the game camera we've been discussing.
It is.
And it was taken on May 9th,
I agree.
13:23. So that's about 1:30, not quite 1:30 in that
It's
view?
1:23 p.m.
1:23 p.m. And just behind a tree, you can see that there is a person.
That is correct.
All right. At this point, I'd ask to strike the ID on Defendant's 1133 and publish.
Any objection?
No.
1133 is the full exhibit.
Next, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit for identification 1136. And this is another photo from that game camera.
It is.
And this one's dated May 18th.
It is.
And this one is place at 1353.
which is 1:53 p.m.
I so appreciate you doing that for me. And over there in the right-hand corner, you can see a gentleman. It looks like he's wearing a striped shirt.
Yes,
Looks like he's maybe drinking something.
I agree.
All right. I would ask to strike the identification on defendants 1136, mark this as a full exhibit, and publish to the jury.
Any objection?
No.
1136 is a full exhibit.
Next, I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification as defendant's exhibit 1135. Again, we're still looking at the same game camera.
I agree.
And this photograph was taken on May 18th
Correct.
at 1811.
6:11 p.m.
Appreciate that again. And in this photograph, it looks like perhaps it's a man on a bike with a black dog.
That's correct.
All right. At this point, I'd ask to strike the identification on 1135 and enter this is a full exhibit and publish to the jury.
Any objection? 1135 is a full exhibit.
All right, now I'm going to hand you defendants for identification 1134, and you would agree that this is the same game camera we've been discussing?
I do. I believe this is the same gentleman we just saw.
All right, so this was on 5/18 at 1809.
I agree. 1809 is 6:09 p.m.
6:09 p.m. So it's likely the same gentleman, but we can actually see his face. He's coming back on the bicycle now. Is that fair?
Could I just see what time that one was at? The date and time?
Oh, this one is 1811.
Right. So then this would be the earlier shot of him going downhill, and that would be him going uphill.
Okay. All right, so I would ask to strike the identification on defendants 1134, enter it as a full exhibit, and publish to the jury.
Any objection?
No.
1134 is a full exhibit.
And I will go ahead and, I apologize for doing them out of order, I will publish it along with 1135
Yeah,
as well.
absolutely. And then that'll probably be where we'll end for the day.
Okay, thank you. If I can just have one more, and then I've done with the photographs, I just want him to write on the calendar.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
All right, detective, on that calendar in front of you, if you could please write visitor on the dates that we've discussed, and I'll give them to you again. It's May 6th from 11:32.
Is 11:32 the number or the time?
That was the exhibit number.
Do you want me to write that on here as well?
No, that's fine.
Okay.
On May 9th, can you also write visitor? That's from defendant's exhibit 1133.
Okay.
On May 18th, can you please write visitor? And that's from defendant's exhibit 1136.
Okay.
And May 18th, if you could write visitor.
It's the same day, so I already have, and it's the same guy. Right?
Oh, actually, so if we're looking at the exhibits, we have 1134 and 1135 who are the same guy, but we have a different guy on 1136. He's our gentleman who's looks to be drinking something.
Okay.
So maybe just write two visitors.
I'll put visitor X2.
Perfect. All right, if that is a good ending point.
That really is a good ending point, because we are at 3:59, according to my computer. So we will adjourn for the weekend. We will start on Monday and Tuesday at 9 o'clock. We're gonna go 9 to 4 Monday and Tuesday. We will not take a long break. I have another judge here who's gonna take my drug court, so we'll take, and I'm just trying to maximize the trial days to the extent we're able to do that. So we'll start at 9 and go to 4 on both Monday and Tuesday of next week. On Wednesday, we'll start at 10. I don't know about the balance of the week. I'll have to check with the clerk about that. But definitely on Monday and Tuesday for your purposes, we'll be starting at 9. Please remember my instruction. You can't discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else. You can't do any independent research concerning the issues in this case. Go on the internet to look anything up. Avoid all contact with anything on television, radio, social media, or any other print or other forms of media. And certainly, if your travels take you up Loudon Road or in the areas that we've been talking about, that's fine. Any of the locations we've talked about, that's fine. I'm not saying don't go to Shaw's, don't go to Walmart. You certainly can do your shopping where you would ordinarily do your shopping, but don't go back in any of those places specifically for doing your own research in this case. Again, hope everyone can we all hear the coughs in the courtroom, so I'm keenly aware, not that I'm not faulting anyone. People have to cough, they have to cough, but please try to get some rest. And I hope you all have a great weekend, and we'll see you back for a 9 o'clock start on Monday morning. Step down, detective. Everyone can have a
Thank you, Your Honor.
seat. They can be released when they're ready to go, Dave. And if I